Hey there and welcome back to TubeGuruji channel. Today we are going to build an full stack React Next.js AI based personal AI assistant. Now the question is, where do we gonna use this AI assistant, where it is useful, and you might have many questions about this AI assistants. Let's consider you are searching something on ChatGPT and you want to write a mail and fix a grammar. So you have to write it and inform to the ChatGPT AI model that okay, this is my content, you have to fix the grammar, now do it, then it will give you the answer. And if you want to do anything else, let's say you want to reply to this email, right, something like this, and then paste it, it's quite irritating and every time you have to do it, right? So to fix this all the issue in any category, in any field, this personal AI assistant is quite helpful. Let me show you the complete demo, as this is the complete full stack SaaS based application where after building this application you can deploy it and start earning money. Yes, you heard correct. So let me show you how it works. So this is a simple and clean landing screen for our AI assistant. Now click get started. With the help of Gmail authentication, we added the authentication inside our application. Then select the account and boom. Here you will find a bunch of different options where you can search or select any kind of assistant, whether you want for the grammar fixer, you want for the email writer, or you can even chat with your virtual girlfriend or boyfriend even, right? You can even select the personal tutor, bug finder, and there are many more. You can create your own as well. Another important functionality, if I refresh it, you will see this beautiful fading animation, and that also we are going to learn it. Now select the different assistant for you, and once you select here, this button will get enabled. Click continue and boom, you will land on this beautiful workspace where you will see all your list of assistants where you just selected. Here you can even chat with them, select any assistant and then start typing. On the right hand side you will see the assistant information. You also have different option that you can select the different AI model to chat with to get the answer, and the most important, you can give the instruction to the assistant, whatever the instruction you want. Now let's consider this is the one of the assistant and which help us to generate the YouTube script, depends on the topic, style and a lot of other things. Or if you take this assistant which help us to fix the grammar inside our paragraph. Okay, you also have option to delete it. Obviously when you are deleting any assistant, it will ask you the confirmation. You have option to save this assistant. Now consider that you want to fix the grammar. You can just enter what you want, click enter, and then it will give you the answer. Here if you see, it gave the correct answer with the summary and everything you're gonna get the response depend on what instruction you are providing to that particular assistant. Cool, right? You also have option to change the model as I told you, and I'm going to tell you how can we add a different AI model with the help of Eden AI, which is the best platform where we get the access to the different AI models. Going back over here, you also have option to add new assistant. Once you click on that, you will find all the default assistants. You can select any of this one, or if you want to add a new one, you can even add the new assistant. Here give the assistant name, the title. You can even select the different model or default model and add some instruction. If you want to change the avatar, you also have option to choose avatar for your own assistant, and then after adding, your assistant will be ready for you. If you are in the free plan and you want to see how much uses you already use, you will see the profile section, you will see the total token available in the free plan, or if you want to upgrade this to monthly membership, you can do that as well. With the help of Razorpay payment gateway, we added the payment subscription model to our application to convert our application into a SaaS. Here, after opening the Razorpay, you will get this beautiful option. Obviously you can add the phone number and then pay with the card. So this complete application is SaaS application which we are going to build it from the scratch, and with the help of Convex database and the Eden AI, we are going to build this complete application step by step. Eden AI is a platform to easily integrate AI into your application. To build a full stack AI application, Eden AI provide you a variety of AI models which you can easily integrate it with the help of Eden AI. With their predefined templates where you can directly use it without worrying about the complex logic. With their advanced AI workflow builder where you can combine multiple AI model to build a complex API without worrying about writing any code behind it. Quickly you can combine different AI model, build it, deploy it, and anytime you can just change it whenever you want. It's that easy and that simple with the help of Eden AI. From their dashboard you can monitor the usage, the cost, and everything from their monitoring option. Also, with the code or the link is in the description, you will get a $10 of credit in order to use the Eden AI. The most interesting part with the Eden AI that you can use this Eden AI in a sandbox mode when you are developing your application, and once you deploy you can switch back to the production mode. Rack chatbot where you can add your own database, train it, and then with the help of AI you will get the response from it, and that everything you can do it inside this Eden AI. And in this personal AI assistant application, you're gonna learn how easily we can integrate Eden AI into our application. For a database, we are going to use a Convex. Convex is one of the popular database among the developers where you will find a different feature like real-time updates, type safety. Also, you have option to store the file images directly on the Convex platform. It also have a feature called cron job where you can schedule the task. It's a server functions and most important, very easy to use. I use this Convex in many of my application, and I'm gonna tell you how easily you can also use this Convex in any application like AI full stack application. In this video, we're gonna learn how to integrate the Convex into our application and how can we store all our application data seamlessly with the help of Convex database. If you are new to this channel, don't forget to subscribe, and if you want to access the exclusive courses source code, go to the tubeguruji.com where you will find all the project source code and you can join it just under $9. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop this personal AI assistant with the help of React, Next.js, Tailwind CSS, Convex, and Eden AI. Now in this first chapter, we are going to set up a project where we are going to create a Next.js project, and then we're gonna install the UI component library called ShadCN. So let's go back to this nextjs.org, and this is the command in order to create a Next.js project. Now this is just a React framework and it provides a lot of different features like folder based routing, built-in optimization. It also has the client and server side rendering, and it is very helpful when you want to create an API inside your React application only. So open a folder where you want to create a project and open a terminal at that folder. Then you just need to type npx create next app at latest. Now at latest will install the latest version of your Next.js application. Click enter and it will ask, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then you need to provide the project name. Here we'll simply say AI personal assistant, okay, or personal agent, whatever you want to name. Then it will ask, do you want to use TypeScript? Say yes. ESLint say no. The Tailwind CSS we want it, so we'll say yes. Source directory say no. App router say yes. No to Turbopack and no to import allies. and then it will start installing some dependency like React, React DOM, Next, and some dev dependency like TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, and Post CSS. And once it is ready, then you can just close this and open the VS Code. Inside this, you need to open the project which we just created. And here you will say, yes, I trust the author, and then you will see on the left hand side with some folders and file. Let's walk through each one by one and let's understand what this each folder and file use for. The very first folder, which is app folder, in which we are going to write all our pages, components, or this is our default page, which is page.tsx file. Each application has a root layout file, which is the layout.tsx, where our all the pages going to render. Here you will see the metadata, which help us to write SEO for your application, and here some of the font are also available. Then inside this HTML body, if you see, we are rendering these children. It's nothing but the what are the pages route which we are going to show it or displaying it, that is going to render in between these tags. Then we have global.css file, which contain the CSS which is applied throughout the application, so that you can mention inside this global CSS file. After that, we have node modules, which contain whatever the packages library which we install inside the Next.js application. That packages is inside this node module. We are not going to touch this particular folder at any time. Then we have public folder, in which we are going to keep all our images, assets, font if needed, which you want to use it inside your application from your local. Then we have the next.config.js file, which help us to add the configuration related to a Next.js application. Then we have package.json, which contain the name, version of your application, along with the script to run or to build your application. Then here you will find some dependencies, right, which is installed along with their version, and some dev dependencies as well. Then we have Tailwind CSS and Post CSS file, which is related to a Tailwind CSS configuration. Now this is very important file. So if you want to apply Tailwind CSS at certain or specific folder, then you have to make sure that folder path and the file extension is added over here. Currently, if you see it, the Tailwind CSS is only applicable to this pages, component, and app folder. But if you are making any new folder outside of this app folder, make sure to add that route over here. Then inside the theme, you will find all the variable for the colors. Now before running our application, make sure go to the package.json and we'll update this React version to React 18. The reason that we are updating, because many of the packages are still not compatible with the React or React DOM with the 19 version, but it's not that much change, so don't worry. Once you update it, make sure to save it, and inside the terminal just type npm install, okay, or short form is npm I, and click enter. It will just update your React version to React 18, and it will update your dependencies as well. Once you are done with this one, here just run a command npm run dev. Now once you run this command, it will start the local host on the port 3000. Just open this localhost 3000 inside your browser, and then you will see your application is now running and this page.js file is getting rendered. So let me bring this side by side so you will understand more clearly. Now inside the app folder, where we have this page.tsx file, which I told you initially that when we start or run your application, this is the page which is the default page going to render on the screen. Now if I remove everything or all the code from the page.tsx and put as only empty div and save it, you will see the white screen and nothing is showing on the display. Let's add some text. So inside the h2 tag, I will just say subscribe to Guruji. So guys, if you still did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, press like button and press notification bell icon as well. Now if I save this particular text, you will see the text subscribe to TubeGuruji showing on the screen. So that's how you need to run, update your pages, depends on the requirements. Next thing that we want to install the UI based component called ShadCN. Just search on Google ShadCN, and this is the UI component library based on Tailwind CSS which we are going to use inside our application. This is a very popular library among the developers and very easy to integrate. So simply go to the documentation and then make sure to select the Next.js framework for installation. Here, if you are using the Tailwind CSS version 4, then make sure to go over here inside this documentation and just follow the step. With the Next.js latest version, we are still using the Tailwind CSS 3.4.1 version and not a 4. Okay, so we don't need to go to this documentation, rather we'll follow this one. So first thing, we need to initialize the ShadCN. So just copy this command and inside your terminal we'll add a new terminal and we'll paste this command. Now once you initialize the command, it will ask you, do you want to proceed? Say yes, and then it will ask you to select the style. So either you can select New York or default. The recommended is New York. We'll select the New York, and then the base color. It's up to you which you want. I will select the neutral. And once you select it, it will install and initiate it successfully. After installing the ShadCN, you will see some changes in your folder structure. Over here, the new folder get added called lib, which contain a utils.ts file, and then the component.json, which contain the configuration related to your ShadCN. Another important thing, inside the tailwind.config.ts file, which contain the updated colors. Okay, so if you see, we have the card, popper, primary color, secondary color, and so on. Now anytime if you want to update the color, you can just replace this color with your hex code as well. It's quite easy. Now let's test one ShadCN component. So either you can scroll here and you will find a lot of different bunch of components, or I will just use this button component to test. So I will copy this component and we'll install this first. Whenever you want to use any ShadCN component, you have to make sure to install that first inside your application, and then you can use it. Now once it is installed successfully, we'll go to this page.tsx file and then we'll add a button component. If you observe, this button component is importing from this /component/UI/button. Click enter, and here we'll name it as a, let's say, subscribe. If I save this one and we'll go back to our application, and boom, if you see, we have this beautiful button rendering on the screen. Now with this ShadCN UI library, you don't need to write any CSS to generate the button like this. How cool, right? So that's the reason we are going to use ShadCN throughout the particular video. In second chapter, we are going to add a dark theme or dark mode into our application, and that we are going to add with the help of ShadCN. So let's go to the ShadCN documentation, and here just click on this dark mode option. Make sure to select the framework. So in this case, it's a Next.js, and then first thing you need to do to install this Next theme library. Okay, so we'll copy this. We'll go back to our application. Let me close all of this tab for now, and inside here we'll add this Next theme. Once it is installed, then inside the provider, you need to wrap your application inside this Next theme provider. So let me tell you the easiest way to do that. First, we'll go to the app and we'll add the provider.tsx file, and we'll add a default template. Now in order to write the template from the scratch, like export default provider, right, rather you can use the extension called React Redux React Native snippet, right? This is the ES7 plus React Redux snippet. Make sure to add this VS Code extension. Along with that one, I will also suggest you to add this Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension, which will help you to write your code much faster. So here if I type RFCE, which stand for React Functional Export Component, click on it and boom, you will see the default template, right? Now here I will just rename this to capital P, We'll save this one, and this provider will help us to render on the client side, and we'll keep this layout.tsx on the server side. Now I will just copy this children along with their type and will add it inside this provider, and then I'm going to render these children through this provider. Okay, now we'll go to the layout.tsx file, and over here we'll wrap this inside the provider like this and save it. Now on the application side or UI side, you will not see any changes. Only thing that we keep this provider on the client side. So we'll make this as a use client, okay, in order to render this particular component or page on the client side. Now from our next theme provider, right, we need to wrap this application or children inside this next theme provider. So make sure to import this statement first, which is from the next theme, and then we'll copy this next theme provider as it is. Okay, and then save it. Now to this next theme provider, you need to provide these particular properties. Okay, let's copy as it is, and then we'll paste it like this. Now over here you will see the default theme. Currently it's set to system. It means depends on your system or PC, right? If you set it for dark mode, then it will enable dark mode. If it is in light mode, then it will enable the light mode. But here you have option to set it as a dark or light. Okay, now I will set it for dark, and then we'll save it. Now once you set dark and save, go back to your application. I will refresh this, and boom, if you see, now it's set to dark mode. Here now you have you will see the button color automatically change, because it depends on the theme color, it will revert your color combination, right? And it will automatically detect whether it's a dark mode or light mode, and depends on that one, it will update your color combination as well, and that is completely handled by ShadeCN. Now if you see, you might get this warning called hydration fail or hydration error, right? So to prevent this warning, or to remove this warning, just go to the layout.tsx file, and inside this HTML you can just type suppress hydration warning and just mark it as a true. Okay, and then save it. And once you reload your application, you will not see any that hydration warning. It might be caused because of that we are using ShadeCN, some of the library sometimes not compatible, or maybe different issue. Okay, it's not a known or it's unpredictable, anytime it happens. So better you can just remove that warning. Okay, in chapter 3 we are going to add an authentication into our application, where we are going to add Google Gmail authentication in order to sign in or sign up to our app. And once user authenticated successfully, we will learn how to get the user name, user email, and profile picture as well. Now let's consider that user come very first time to our application, and if we will check if user is authenticated or not. If user is already authenticated, then we'll navigate to, or we'll allow user to access our application. Otherwise we'll redirect user to sign in screen, and then once user successfully sign in, then only we allow user to navigate to the dashboard or our application. Okay, so this is the basic workflow in order to access our application. Now let's go back, and we'll close this tab for now, and let me tell you the easiest way to add Google Gmail authentication. And for that one, we are going to use React Auth to Google npm dependency. Okay, so it's very easy to integrate as well. First thing, you need to install this library. So we'll copy this, and inside the terminal, make sure to execute. Then if you scroll down, you will find a bunch of different options and a way that you can add the Gmail authentication. First thing, you need to wrap your application inside the Google Auth provider, and then you need to provide the client ID. So I will just copy this Google Auth provider. We'll go back to our application, and inside the provider.tsx, we'll just wrap it here like this. Okay. Now currently for our application, I set the default theme to light, but it's up to you whether you want a light theme or dark theme. Later on, we can add the toggle to change the theme as well. Over here, make sure to import this Google Auth provider, and to this one you need to provide a client ID. Now, in order to get the client ID from the Google, you need to go to the Google Cloud. It's completely free. Just go to Google Cloud and then sign in. If you don't have an account, just create an account. And over here, you will find an option called API and Services. Go to the API and Services and go to the credentials. Inside the credential, you have option to create a new credential and make sure to click create auth client ID. Okay. Now, in my case, I already have created previously, so I'm gonna use that one. So I will go to this authentication, and over here you will find an client ID. I will just copy this my client ID as it is, and we'll go back and make sure to paste it here. Okay. Now, obviously, this is not the best way that you can pass or add the client or the key, any key, right? Rather, we're gonna create a new file called .env.local. Okay, and inside that, in order to add any client or any API key, we'll add it here. So we'll say next_public_client ID. Here we'll say Google client ID. Now, whenever you want to use this API or any environment variable on the client side, then you have to provide or start that name of the variable starting with next_public, and then you need to mention the name of the key. Then simply paste it here and then save it. Now, in order to use it, I will just say process.env and the key name. And make sure, as we are using TypeScript, make sure to add this exclamatory mark. Okay, and then save it. Now, once you save it, you are almost ready to use the authentication. So next thing, I will definitely suggest you to go to this link, click on this link, and you will jump onto this demo page. Go to the authorization and then say implicit flow. Okay, here you will find the code which will help us to log into your Google account, and along with that one, here you will find how to get the basic user information. So basically, I'm gonna copy this one, but before that we need to create a new page called sign in. So if let's say this is our landing screen, okay, our home page, but if I want to go to this sign in and click enter, I should navigate to that particular page. Currently it's showing a 404 error. It means this page could not be found because we don't have this page created. So let's create this page. So inside the app folder, we'll create an auth folder, okay, something like this, and whatever related to authentication we'll keep inside this folder. Inside this, we'll add signin.tsx file. Okay, and if you see, okay, so this is not the way that you can add it. Actually, you can, but better as we are using Next.js, so we'll create a folder name called signin, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. Okay, once you create this route, then add a default template. I will just rename this to sign in and then save it. As simple as that. Now your route is ready. If I go back to sign in, here you will see the text sign in only, because that is what we are displaying. Okay, now first let's design this, or let's add some UI over here. So let's go to the Google and let's type logo placeholder, and I'm going to use this site called uilogo.co. You will find a bunch of different logo over here. Okay, this is just a placeholder. Okay, now whatever logo you like it, just copy the SVG or PNG. I will copy this SVG, and once you copy, go back to your public folder. Here we'll create a new file called logo.svg, and then we'll paste it here, this particular code. Okay, now in order to use it inside your application, we'll add image. Make sure to import it from the next/image, which help us to optimize your image. Okay, so that's why we are using the next image. Inside here we provide the source, and inside the source we'll say /logo.svg. svg. Now if you observe over here, we are not providing the complete path. Next.js will automatically understand that you are trying to access the assets from the public folder. Here we'll add an alt tag as a logo. Then we need to provide a width, let's say 100, and height 200, and save it. And if I go back, you will see this logo is rendering on the screen. Cool, right? After that, I'm going to add h2 tag. Here we'll say sign in to AI personal assistant and agent if you want to say, okay. And here we'll add a class name, and then we'll give, let's say, font of or not font but text of 2XL, and this is how it look like, say. Okay, obviously we are providing the Tailwind CSS. After this we want to add a button, so we'll add a button and we'll say sign in with Gmail and save. See, beautiful, right? Now let's bring everything in center of the screen. So for this div, we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex. We'll make it item to be in the center. Make flex column and justify in the center. See? Now obviously you can provide the height to screen. So it will be in the center of the screen, something like this. Then we also give a gap to, let's say, 10. So there is a space between all of these, and we'll add some border. We'll make a rounded 2XL. We'll also add a little bit of padding, so we'll add padding to 10, and we'll add a shadow as well. Let's say shadow medium. So it is added to all the, see, if you see, it's added to complete one. So basically let's do one more thing. I will again wrap this complete div in another div, and then we'll move this flex item center height to the screen to this particular div and save it. Okay, so this is how it will look like. And then for this div, we'll make flex column and item to be in the center. Perfect, right? We can just minimize this gap to, let's say, 5, and here your basic simple sign in page. Okay, obviously you have option to modify this according to your requirements. I will keep as simple as it is. Now on the click of this sign in with Gmail, we want to sign in with a Google. Let's do that. So let's go back to this documentation and then copy this code as it is and simply paste it here. Okay, now make sure to import this use Google login from the Google auth. Okay, so here I imported. Now it uses this Axios. Axios is the HTTP client in order to make an API call. So if you see, we have this API and we are calling this in order to get the user basic information. So you need to install this Axios library. So basically inside the terminal, just type npm I Axios. I stand for install, npm install Axios. Click enter and then it will install the Axios. Now simply make sure to import this Axios from Axios only. Okay, and once you are done, here you need to call this Google login method on the click of this button. So here we'll say on click and just call this Google login. Now here you will find an error. It's saying that the return type is void. So call like this. Okay, another important thing, over here, once you log in successfully, it will generate the token response. Now this token you need to pass to this API endpoint, okay, which is a bearer token. So I will just remove this tag and we'll add it like this. Okay, so inside the token response we have this access token, and that access token we're gonna pass in order to authorize to this particular API, and then you will get the basic information. Okay, now let's save everything and let's test this out. But before that, make sure you are handling everything on the client side. So I will mark it as a use client. Now we'll go back to our application. Let's refresh it once and just click on this sign in with Gmail, and boom, if you see, we have an option to select the Google account. Let's select the account, and then inside the inspect panel, go to the console. Here you will see an object, and inside that you will see the data with a user's basic information like user email, the given name, family name or complete name, and picture means profile pic. How cool, right? So that's how you need to get the user basic information once user sign in with a Gmail. Now here, once we receive the token response, this token or access token we need to save locally so that later on we can make a request in order to get the user information. So simply over here I will say local storage dot set item, and then inside that we'll say user token, and then you need to save the user token using the token response dot access token. Okay, you can give this any name. Now sometimes in Next.js, when you deploy this application to production, this you might get error near this local storage. So to fix this, you just need to add if type of window is not equal to undefined. Okay, and then you can just use it like this and then save it. Now obviously we can move this particular API call in some other file so that we can reuse this. So basically I'm going to create a new folder in the root directory called services, and inside that we'll create a global api.tsx file. Let's add a default template, or not default template, but here we can write a method called export constant get auth user data, and this will accept a token of type string. Okay, now I will just cut it from here and then we'll paste inside this global API. Now make sure to import this Axios, and then we'll make this as async. Also over here we'll just pass the token now. So whatever token we're going to pass to this particular method, we'll pass to this, and in the return we'll say user info dot data. Okay, now simply call this method because we are exporting it so that we can directly use over here. So inside this we'll say constant user is equal to get auth user data, and here make sure to pass the user token. So we'll say token response dot access token, and obviously inside the console we'll just need to print user. It means we'll get all the user basic information, but here make sure to save your token inside the local storage, because later on we need that in order to check whether user is still active and the session is still live, and then if the user token is expired, then we need to make an API call. It means we need to log in it again. Okay, so over here we'll just say if not user, then we'll simply navigate to this. Obviously it is in the login screen, so over here we don't need this logic because we are just logging it with the Google, right? But later on we need to verify if the access token is still valid, and if not, then we'll redirect user to the sign in screen. Now moving to the chapter 4, where we are going to set up a backend database. In order to set up a database, we are going to use a Convex database. Then we'll learn how to integrate it and how to create a table inside the Convex. So first we'll create a user table, and then we're gonna save the user information to our user table inside the Convex. If you are new to the Convex database, so don't worry. Convex is very popular database among the developer in a recent months or recent years. Also, it is completely free to use, and it also provides the studio where you can able to manage all the database. Then it provides a real-time update. It's a type safety feature also included. Along with that, if you want to store some files, images, it also provides a file storage option as well. Then along with that, if you want to add a cron job or vector searching, it also included inside the Convex. It is free to use, and you can create a number of database with the Convex. So if you're new to the Convex, don't worry, just go to this convex.dev or click in the link in the description. Then create an account if you don't have, and once you create an account you will land on the Convex dashboard. If you see, I already have a lot of projects created with the Convex. Then here you will find an option to create a new project. Give the project name. So here we'll say AI personal assistant, and then say create. Once you create the project, you will see your project is now ready, and then it will redirect you to the studio where you can see all your tables. You can even see whatever the API request you are making, right? That failure rate, cache hit rate, and everything you will find inside this Convex dashboard. You will find the functions once you start writing the functions. The file storage option also here. You can also do the cron jobs, and all your log you will find inside this Convex only. Then in the setting you will find some option, and at the end of this particular course you will learn how can we move this Convex to a production mode. Currently if you see, we are in the dev mode, but anytime you have option to switch it to the production mode as well. That we want to see later on. But first thing, let's go back to our project, and once your project is ready, simply click the link in the description to go to the documentation and make sure to select the correct framework. So we'll select the Next.js. Here you need to install the Convex first. So I will copy this command, go back to your project, and inside the terminal we'll paste it here. So it will install the Convex for us. After that you need to set up a Convex dev deployment. Okay, so we'll run this command, and once you run this command, it will ask you, do you want to create a new project or choose existing project for configuration. So we'll choose existing one because we created with the help of Convex dashboard, and here just search your project name. So in my case it's AI personal assistant. So we'll click enter, and then now it's saying your Convex function is ready. Once you run this command successfully, you will see a new folder get added called Convex, and inside that obviously we are going to write functions, all the schema and everything. Don't worry about any of this file for now. Along with that one, you will see inside this .env.local file the two new environment variable get added. One is the development Convex deployment key, and then the Convex URL as well. Right now you don't need to worry about that. Next thing, obviously if you see our Convex function is ready, we'll keep this window or terminal open, and we'll add a new terminal if you need for anything else. Now let's go back, and before following this step, we'll just wrap our application inside the Convex provider. Now simply first thing we need to mention this Convex. So we'll copy this command, go back to your provider.tsx file, and inside here we'll just add this. Okay, now make sure to import this Convex React client from the Convex React and then save it. After that you need to wrap your application inside this Convex provider along with this client and the Convex. So inside here I will wrap like this, and I will also make sure to import this Convex provider and then save it. Now in your application your Convex is ready to use. Now the next step is we are going to create a table. Obviously you have option to create directly from here, but we are going to create programmatically, and that is the best way because we need to make some operation like read, insert, delete and lot of others. So simply go to the Convex folder, and inside the Convex folder we'll create a new file called schema.tsx, or just say ts. Okay, don't say x, and we'll keep this as a TypeScript only. Now in order to create a table, first you need to write export default, and you have to mention define schema like this, and inside here you need to give the name of the table. In this case I will give users, and then we'll say define table. Okay, make sure it is again importing from the Convex server, and inside here you need to define all the column which you want to add. Let's say you want to add a name column, so we'll say name, the v which is belong to validator builder dot, and it contains the data types, so in this case we'll say string. Okay, same thing you can add, let's say new column called email with a type string, then a picture which is user profile picture of type string. Now after that we want to add a credit option. Now this credit we're gonna use it to give user some credits when user login, and if user buy some more credits then we're gonna add that credits. Okay, so right now I will add credit as v of type number. Okay, and the last, once user make a payment, right, we need to save the order ID. So as this is a SaaS application, we want to integrate the payment gateway as well, and then the order ID we need to save. So we'll say order ID, but here I will make this field as optional. So you just need to mention v.optional and then the data type. So is it of type string, and this is how you can create a user table. Now you might think that why we did not mention the ID field. Now by default Convex will automatically add the ID to your each of the record and or each of the table as well, so you don't need to worry about that one. Along with that, it also add that when the record is get created along with the time and the date. Okay, let's save this one and make sure you are not getting any error and your Convex function is ready. Right now if I go back to the Convex, here you will automatically see the new table get added called users. Now right now we don't have any record under this user table, but you have option to add a new record, and here you will see all the column which we just mentioned, right? Obviously once you fill the detail and save it, you will see the new record will get added, right? So that's how you need to create a table with the help of Convex schema. Now next thing, when user is sign in, right, we need to save the user information. So inside the app, go to the sign in page, and as soon as user is sign in, we need to save it. So over here we'll say save user information. Right now, in order to save it, first we need to create a function which can actually insert the data into the database. So inside this Convex folder again, we'll create a new file called users.ts. Now all the user table related operation we're gonna write inside this file. Now here first let's simply define export constant, the function name will say create user is equal to, as this is a mutation because we want to insert a record, so it comes under the mutation, and then you need to provide the arguments. Okay, so what are the fields that we are going to pass to this mutation? So we'll say name, again it is of type string, so make sure to import this v. Then we have email of type string, and then picture of type string. Now these are three fields we want to save. Right now over here we'll provide the handler with the async with ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Now before inserting a record to our database, first we'll check if user already exists in database or table, and then if not, then only we will add new user. Okay, so that's how you need to do. So first we'll check whether user is already there or not. So we'll say constant user is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, because we want to fetch it, so we need to write query, then on which table, so which is the user table, and then we want to add a condition. So inside the filter we'll say q as q dot equal to, I will bring this down, so q dot equal to, then we'll say q dot fill or query dot fill in long form, and here you need to provide the on which column you want to test. So in this case we'll say email and with our arguments dot email. Now basically here we are checking if the column from our table is matches with our argument, right? So because we mentioned here query dot equal to, so only that record going to fetch, and here we'll say collect. Now inside here we'll write a condition if user dot length is greater equal to 0. If you don't have any user into the database, it means it's a new user, right? Then we wanna add a record. So here we'll say constant result, or maybe we can first define a data. So here we'll say constant data is equal to name. We'll say arguments dot name. Then we want email as arguments dot email. Then picture as arguments dot picture, and then we also going to save a credits. Okay, so by default I'm going to give the 500 free credits, so I'm just adding that, okay, very first time. And then we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot mutation, insert, because we want to insert a record, right? So insert, and then inside the user table, and the whatever data you want to pass, so in this case we'll pass this as a data. That's all. And once the result is successful, we'll return the data. Okay, so this information, because we want to pass the whatever the information user is saving. But if the user is already exist, right, then we'll just simply return the user of first element, because it will return the list, and we only want the first user because it will only return the one user every time, because we are comparing it, right? And once it's done, let's save it, and your create user convex function is now ready. Now simply go to your sign in page, and here in order to use it, first thing you need to define it here. We'll say constant create user is equal to use mutation. Now this use mutation hook you need to import from the Convex, and inside the mutation you need to define which API. So here we'll say API dot users dot create user, and then we'll say await create user, or maybe we'll say constant result is equal to create user, and then inside that you need to provide all the parameters or fields. So first is name, that name we'll get it from the user dot name, then the email using user dot email, and then we have the last picture as user dot picture. So here make sure it need to be an await, okay, and then we have this all the information which we are going to pass, and at the last we'll get the result. So here we'll say result. Now let's test this out. So here I will just add something like this and then save it. Now we'll go back to our application. I will refresh this once, and we'll also open the inspect panel so we can check everything. So we'll say sign up with Google. We'll select the account, and once the account is selected, you will see that we get the response with the credits, name, picture, and everything. It means our data is inserted to database. Now let's go to the database, and inside the user table you will see a new record get added with the credits, email, name. Obviously order ID is optional, we did not add it, so it's saying unset, and then picture as well. But here we also have a ID which is unique, and then creation time as well. Cool, right? Perfect. It means our logic is working. Now if you try to log in again, let's test this out, and still you are getting the same result. But if I go back to database, you will see that we did not inserted new record again, because we are verifying is this user is already exist into the database or not. Perfect, right? Now this particular information which is returning from the database, we need to save in one state so that we can share it throughout the application. And for that one, we are going to use a React hook called context. Now, if you are new to the context, don't worry. Context is a React hook in order to share your information or share your data across your application. It's a state management inside the React. So it's quite easy to define. So whatever the context we want to create throughout the application, we'll save in one folder. So we'll create a new folder called context, and inside this context folder I will create a new file called auth context.tsx. Now here we'll say export constant auth context is equal to create context. Now make sure this create context is importing from the React. Okay, so this is very important, and here I will give a type any for now, and here we'll say null. Okay, and then save it. Now once you define this context, you need to wrap your application inside this context provider. Okay, so simply go to this app, and inside the provider, under this Convex provider, I will define this auth context dot provider, and inside this provider you need to provide some default value. Here first we'll define and we'll wrap our application like this. Now in order to provide some default value, we'll define a state called user, and we'll have set user is equal to use state like this, and simply pass this user and set user to this provider value and save it. Now whenever you want to use user and set user, you can use it because we are passing this value. But not only that, but you can also update from any component or any page. Let me show you how. Now once you define this provider over here with an user value, then simply we'll go back to this sign in page, and in order to use this context, first you need to define. Now make sure to define in a curly braces with the name is equal to use context, and inside the use context you need to provide a context name. So here we'll say auth context. Now once you define and initialize our context over here, I'm just going to set the user as a result, and that's all. Now our context is set with an actual value, and then we'll save it. Now I will just remove this console because we don't need this, and save. Okay, so that's how you need to save the context. Now in chapter 5, we are going to add a new screen in order to display the list of all AI assistant. Now once user authenticate or log in very first time, user have option to select the AI assistants, and then once user select, we are going to save this assistant to our database. Along with the Magic UI animation library, we are going to display this all the list of AI assistants. So this is very simple screen, and inside over here, inside this particular screen, so this is how we are going to show assistant. Each assistant has their different tasks. Let's consider this Jack is a fitness coach, so he will answer all about the fitness question only. But if you see Harry is a code writer, so he will help you in order to write a code. James can help you to find a bug, and there are many more. I'm going to tell you how easily you can add this. Along with that, all the assets are free to use, so the link is in the description. Now let's go back to our application, and first thing that we need to do is to create a new route. So inside the app folder, we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a under in circular braces main. So all the our main application logic or routes we are going to keep inside this folder. Inside this, we'll create a two main file. One is the layout.tsx, and we'll add a default template, and we'll say a workspace layout and save it. Now to this workspace layout, I'm going to obviously pass the children. So whatever the routes which is inside this main, for that one automatically it will add this particular layout. and then make sure to add the children as well. Also along with that one, I'm going to add a provider.tsx file. Now this provider file we are adding because we want to keep the layout.tsx on the server side and our provider to our client side, so that later on we can add SEO, HTML body tag, and that need to be on server side. Now once you add this provider, obviously make sure to add the children as well. You need to accept that, and then I will render these children over here and save it. Now I will obviously inside the workspace layout will wrap this provider. Okay, now make sure the provider you are using correctly, okay, otherwise you might get error, or you can just rename this provider name if you want. Okay, right now I will keep as it is, and obviously we don't have any route yet, so we'll create a new folder and we'll call it as a AI assistants, and inside that we'll create a page.tsx file. We'll add a default template and we rename this to AI assistants. Okay, now if I save this one and if I go back to our application and let's go to the new route called AI assistants, and then you will see the new route. Cool, right? Now for this new route, obviously the base layout is this workspace layout, which is applicable automatically. Now first thing we need to do is to create a header for our page. So if you see this mockup, we have this header section, right? And on the left hand side we are showing the logo, and on the right hand side we are showing the user profile pic. So let's add that one. So inside the main we'll create a new component folder, and all the shared component which is to this all the workspace we'll keep inside this folder. So in this case we'll add header.tsx file, and then we'll add a default template like this and then save it. Now this header we need to add inside the provider, so that whatever the route which is rendering through this layout on every page, this header component will get display. Okay, now once you add this header component, you will see the text header is printing on the screen. Now let's go to this header, and simply we are going to show a logo first. So here we'll say image tag, the source, inside that we'll do the logo.svg, and then in alt we'll say logo, then width let's say 50 and height 250, and then save it. Now if you see logo is showing on the screen, I will just make this 40, and also for this div we'll add a height, sorry not height but padding to 3. Perfect. If you want you can add a shadow small, so we have this beautiful line as well. Now on the right hand side, as I say, we want to show the user profile image, and that obviously we can get the user information from the context. So we have the use context, and inside that we have the auth context, and from that one we gonna show this image. So I will just copy this as it is in order to display the user image, and then save it. Now if you see right now we are getting error saying that you cannot use hook on the client side, server side. So for that one we need to make this component on the client side, and right now if you see we are getting the image as a broken. Now here is thing, right now we used to save the token, Gmail token, right, authentication token, but it expired, and on this screen once you jump onto this particular route, we need to make sure the user is still authenticated and the session is valid. So we need to get the updated session token, and then we need to fetch the user information from the database. So inside the provider, because this is the provider for our workspace layout, right, inside that we'll simply say constant check user authentication and the arrow function. So first get new access token, and then get user info from database. Okay, now in order to get the new access token, Obviously, in order to get it right, first we'll check if user already have the access token or not. Because if you go to this authentication sign in page, we are saving this user token, right? And we'll verify if that user token is still valid or not. So for that one, we'll say constant token is equal to local storage dot get item, and inside that we'll say user token. Now here we are getting the user token, right? Now we'll pass that token. So here we say constant user is equal to await get authenticate user data from our service folder and from our global API obviously, and then we are going to pass a token over here, and here I will make this as a async. Now here you are getting error because token might be a null, so here we can add a condition: if token is available then only fetch this data, okay, and save it. Now here we'll say if user is if we are getting the user data means token is valid, or maybe we can do opposite way. If the user is not there means the token is not valid, this particular token, then we need to navigate user to sign in screen. So here we need to define a router for that one, and inside the router we'll say router dot push, or we can just replace it slash sign in screen, okay, and then make sure to return empty. Otherwise we can obviously it means we have the user information, and then we'll simply get the user data. So here inside try catch block we can say constant, okay, let me see that inside the user. So inside the convex user function we need to write a new method in order, or new function in order to get the user information, okay. But before that let's save it and let's take this scenario, okay. Now inside the check user auth, here we need to call inside the use effect, okay, like this, and save it. Now if I go back and okay, so here let's make this component on the client side and then save it. And if you see, if I refresh this screen, right, still we have the error. Let's see what's the issue. So over here inside the get user data, see we are getting error, okay, the 401 error. So let's go to this get auth user data and simply wrap this in a try catch block, and then return the error and then save it. Now if I refresh the screen, still we have these two error, so we'll fix this one as well. So inside the header we will only display this if the user information is available. So here I think we need to just say if user dot email, if it's not there, and then it will navigate to the sign in screen, okay. So if I go to this AI assistant and boom, if you see it's going back to the sign in screen. Now let's sign in to our account, and once you sign in, obviously we need to make sure to navigate it to the AI assistant screen. So inside this sign in, make sure to navigate it. So we'll add a router is equal to use router, and make sure to import it from the next/navigation, and here we'll simply say router dot replace and then AI assistant and save it, okay. Now obviously once user jump onto this AI assistants, so it's need to be yes, then if you see it's not anymore navigating to sign in screen, because now we have the valid information, and in that one we have all the user information as well. Perfect. Now depends on the user email ID, we need to fetch the data from the Convex. So we need to write a query in order to get the user information. So simply go to the Convex, and inside the Convex simply go to the user.ts file. Now here we'll say export constant get user and the arrow function. here inside the get user, first obviously this is a query, so we'll say query, and then we'll get the argument. Now inside the argument we'll just need a email ID, and depends on the email ID we are going to fetch the user information. Now just provide the handler ctx with then arguments and the arrow function. Inside here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot query, and then we need to write a query. Now if you remember, we already have this query written over here, right? Because we are checking the user information. Same thing, you can just copy paste over here, and that's also fine. So let's copy this and then paste it here, and everything will be as it is, and simply return the user of 0, because we just want to get the first user, and obviously every time we are getting the first user only. Okay, now let's save this one, and simply inside your provider, so let's go to this provider.tsx file. Inside the try we are going to get the user information. So let's define a convex first. So here we'll say constant convex is equal to use convex, and through this use convex hook we can just get the user information by calling that particular API endpoint. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await convex dot query. Inside that we'll say API dot users dot get user, and then to this one we need to pass the email. So over here we'll say email, and that we can get it from the user dot email. Now once we get the result, so let's console this result, and now this result we need to save inside our hook. Okay, so make sure to define the hook over here as well. So we'll say user comma set user is equal to use context, and here we say auth context, and then we'll set the user with the result. Okay, now we are updating this auth context with the all new information which is we are getting from the database. Now if I refresh this screen, so we have an error. Okay, so if I open this error, it's still showing the image missing property. So let's go back over here inside the header, or maybe we'll do one thing. First we'll check, so instead of just displaying that inside the provider, right, I will just comment this header for now, and we'll see whether we are getting data or not. And if you see, we have got the data. Inside this we have the credit, email, name, picture, right, and which is obviously we are saving in that, or we are just displaying over here. Okay, now I will remove this console because we don't want that anymore. And now let's go to the header, and inside this header I will just add a condition. If user dot image is there, then only show the image. Okay, means obviously we will not get the error. Save everything, and if I refresh the screen, somehow it's not showing. So if I go to this header, here we have the, okay, so our it need to be a user dot picture actually, not in just image. Okay, and here as well it need to be a picture. Now once you reload, you will see that this host name we need to configure it so that we'll just telling to the Next.js just allow this particular host name or domain name. Okay, so that your application will not exposed to some unauthorized domains. So just simply copy that domain, and over here inside the next.config.js file you need to write inside the images, you need to provide all the domain list from which you want to show the images. Okay, and once you save the next.config.js file, just reload your application, and then you will see the profile image of the login user. Now let's add some style. So let's go to this header.tsx file, and then we'll add a class name. First I will make this rounded full, and then for this div we'll make it as a flex. Then we'll make justify between, and I will also make item to be in the center. And boom, if you see, our header is now ready. If you want to give some padding X to, let's say 14, so something like this. Okay, perfect. I think that's all about the header. Now next, we are going to add all of this information. Now on this screen, we are going to simply first we'll show this text, and on the right hand side we are going to add a button as well. Okay, so let's go back, and inside our AI assistant page.tsx file, here we'll add a div. Inside this div, we'll simply add an h2 tag, and we'll say welcome to the world of AI assistant. And then we'll add another p tag, and here we'll say choose your AI companion to simplify your task. Okay, and then save this one. Now after this, let's add one more div tag, and here we want to add a button on the right hand side, so we'll add a button tag, and we'll say continue. Okay, and save it. Now for this div, we'll add a class name, and we'll make it flex, and then we'll make justify between item to be in the center. And if I go back to our application, this is how it will look like. Now obviously we need to give some padding and margin, so for this particular div, we'll add a class name. We'll give padding X to 10, and we'll also give some margin top to 20. Then on the medium screen, we'll give padding X to 28. On larger, we'll give padding X to, let's say 36, and on extra large, we'll give padding X to 48, and then save it. Perfect. And this is how it will look like. Okay, now obviously depends on the screen size. If I decrease the screen size, obviously the padding will also change. See, then we'll add some styling to this particular h2 and p tag. So we'll add a style, or not style in the sense class name, and for this we'll say text is of 3xl, and for the p tag we'll add text xl and margin top to 2. Perfect. Also we'll make the font bold for this one. Perfect. Okay, and then we have this continue button as well. Now if you want to add some emoji, you can get the emoji from internet or anywhere. So here we'll say, let's say emoji robot, and you can search, you can just copy this one as it is and simply paste it here. Okay, same thing you can do. Let's search another emoji, let's say rocket. So I will select this emoji, just copy that and use it as a text only, which give you some beautiful effect, you can say, to this particular text. Now after this, we want to show the list of all the AI assistants. So inside the service folder, so let's go to this services folder. I'm going to create a new file called AI assistant list, okay, .tsx, or you can say data as well. And simply I already have the list of all the data, so I will just paste it here. Now after copy and paste it here, you will see I added some of the assistant, okay, and each of this assistant has ID, the unique ID, obviously the name which belong to the name of the assistant. Then we gave the what is this assistant do. So this particular name with a jack is a fitness coach, and this is the image which you will see. Then we are giving this instruction that it will just answer the fitness related question. Okay, then you can also, our user also have option to add his own instruction, like respond to any fitness related to question, and this instruction should be constant. So once obviously user can edit anytime, but when we pass this to the AI model, we want to pass these both the things. And this is some sample question. If user are using this first time, then we are giving some user option that user can select from this option, or user can ask his own question. And along with this fitness coach, we have this grammar fixer, email writer, a YouTube script writer, and there are bunch of other like code writer, bug finder, and many others. And you can also create your own, just add that. And for each of these assistant, we have this image, and inside the public folder I already added these images as well. Now I'm going to share all of these assets for a free, so the link is in the description, so you can take a reference of this. And also I will also share this particular file so you can use it while developing your application. Now this list we want to display it on the screen. So simply go over here inside the page.tsx, and then we are going to add a div. Inside the div, we'll simply going to render this all AI assistant list dot map. Here we'll say assistant comma index, and then arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div, something like this, and then inside the image tag, first we'll show the assistant image. So here we'll simply say assistant dot image. Then in the alt tag, I'm going to show the name of the assistant, so assistant dot name, or we can say title. Then you need to give the specific width. So over here we'll give width of 600, and let's say height of 600, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see the list of all the assistant images. Cool, right? After that, let's add some styling to this one. So here we'll add a class name, and we'll make a rounded corner. So here we'll say rounded XL, and save it. Now we want to show in the form of grid. So to do that, for this div we'll add a class name, and we'll make this as a grid. Now on the smaller screen we'll show a 2 grid. Then on medium size screen we'll add a grid column 3. On large we'll add a grid column 4, and for extra large we can add grid column 5. Also along with that one we are going to add some gap, let's say gap of 5, and boom, if you see, this is how it will look like. But we need to give some specific height and width to each of these images. So simply for inside this image tag, under this class name, here we'll give a width, let's say width to be full, and then height will say 200 pixel, and save it. Now we have the specific height, but some of the image is get stretched. So here we can also mention object to cover, and then we have this all the images ready. Now even though if I change this screen size, you will see depends on the screen size, the grid also changing. Perfect. Now also we are giving some margin top. So over here let me bring this down, and we'll give margin top to 5. After this I'm going to show the name of that particular assistant. So inside this h2 tag will add assistant dot name, and then we'll add another h2 tag, and here we'll say assistant dot, let's say title. Okay, so here we'll show what this assistant do. Now we'll add some style. So here in h2 tag we'll add a text to be in the center, then font bold and text larger. For this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll say text in the center of the screen, and we'll make text gray 600. But when the screen size, the screen mode is a dark, then we'll simply give the text gray 300 and save it, and this is how it will look like. Then on the when you hover the cursor on any of these particular assistant, right, we need to give some animation effect. So simply for this particular div we'll add a class name, and on hover we are going to add a border. We'll say, let's say border, just border, we can say. Also add some padding, we'll make the rounded border, so we'll say rounded XL, and on hover as well we are going to scale this little bit. For a smooth animation we'll say transition all, and then is in out animation. Now if I hover on this one, you will see this beautiful animation, and then we also have this border as well. Cool, right? Then let me bring this down and let's make this cursor pointer as well. So when you hover on this one, you will see this pointer. Now whenever user select any of these, we need to show that it as a selected, and for that one we are going to add a checkbox. So just go to the station and search for the component called checkbox. Now this is how it will look like. So once you check it, you will see this check mark. So simply copy this npx command and make sure to install this, add it inside the terminal, and once it is installed, so you can use this checkbox. Now just above this image, I will add this checkbox from the our checkbox component and save it. Now if I go, you will see this checkbox. But we want to show this checkbox on the top of this image. So basically here we'll add a class name and we'll make this absolute. But make sure that for this div we'll also add it as a relative. Okay, and once you save it, you will see this checkbox on the top of this particular image. Now for this one, we are going to add some margin. So we'll say margin to 2. So it will come little bit inside. See, perfect, right? But even though if I click on any of this image, we need to show it as a selected one. So we need to add one state, and inside this state we want to add all the system which user selected. So here we'll say constant selected assistant comma set selected assistant is equal to use state, and then simply on the click of that we want to add it. But we also need to make sure when you click it again on the same assistant, right, we have to make sure to remove that as well. So basically we'll add a method and we'll say on select, and it will take an assistant and the arrow function. Okay, now here we need to mention the type of the assistant, so you can mention it here or you can just mention it as any, and then arrow function. Okay, now inside here this particular method we are going to call on the click of this particular card. So here we'll say on click, and then we'll pass this assistant information. Now inside this we'll simply add a condition. So here first we'll check if this item is already present inside this selected assistant state or not. So here we say item is equal to selected assistant dot find. Here we'll say item dot id is equal to assistant dot id. Okay, here if you want to mention the type, you can mention. Okay, or let's do one thing, let's mention the type. So here we'll say type assistant is equal to, and inside this we are going to add, let's go to this assistant list, just copy any of this. So let's copy this one because we want to get all of this field. Okay, and here we'll replace with the string only. So here this need to be a string like this. And here you can either put it as an array, string of array. Okay, and this need to be a number, and I will also make sure to export this, so in any other component we can use it, and then simply provide the type. Okay, and here we want to use if assistant is equal to and. Okay, so here we have error is possibly undefined, so here as well we'll say assistant of array. Okay, and initially it will be empty. If I remove this, that will be okay. And here we are just checking if you find the item which matches with the selected item, then simply here we'll say if uh, item is already selected, then we need to remove the item. Okay, so we'll say set selected assistant, or maybe we can obviously first we'll do selected assistant dot filter, and inside that we'll say item with assistant type, and inside that we'll say item dot id is not equal to assistant dot id. Okay, and then we'll simply set it to our list of assistant. Okay, otherwise, and make sure to return it as a empty as well. Otherwise, we'll set the selected assistant as a previous value because we want to push this new selected assistant to the existing. First we'll destructure it and then we'll add the new assistant record and then save this one. Okay, and once we have the list of assistant which user selected, then inside the checkbox we'll say a check, and inside that we will check if the assistant is already selected or not. So for that one, either you can mention it here or you can create a method. We'll say is selected. We'll say is assistant selected. Okay, like this. And obviously here we'll pass an assistant of type, let's say assistant only, and here I will use this logic, and we'll say if item then true, otherwise false. Now is assistant selected, we have just call this method over here, is assistant selected, and pass the assistant like this. Okay, here if you want you can just make this any for now, or let me see what is the issue. Oh, so over here we don't need to call, we can call like this only. Okay, so because we are not calling the function, just we want to get some return value from this one, so that's the reason you just need to call like this, and it will return true and false. If check is true, then it will show a checkbox as a selected one, otherwise not. And I will make this component as a client side as well and save it. Now if I go back to our application and we have an error, so we need to provide the key property. So here I will mark key as an index and save it. Perfect. Now if I selected this one, you will see now even though if I click over here, it's showing as a selected, but if I click again, see it's getting unselect. So that's how you need to add this functionality. Now beautiful thing about this one, if I go to our root layout file and inside the provider, if I change this mode to a dark mode, you will see the change. If I refresh, and how beautiful, without doing anything, it automatically give us a dark mode, and our all the UI will still look similar. Perfect. So that's how you need to add this functionality. Now as I told you in the beginning of this chapter that we are going to add the animation library. Okay, so simply go to the magic UI.design, and this is the shared CN based library, so you don't need to install this anything again. So let's go to the component and let me show you how it works. So if you see, we have the different component over here. Okay, and whichever component you want, just select that component. So let's say if you want use this blur fade component. Okay, and this is how it looks, say, and we can show our all of this assistant just fading and showing on the screen, and it's very easy. First select this npm, then copy this command, go back to your application and simply paste it inside your terminal. it will install this because it's based on ShatCN only. Okay, now once it is installed, you can check the code and you will see how to use this one. So over here you need to use this tag called blur fade, and you can provide the any key property, but you can mention how much delay, and obviously this is kind of depends on the time it will show that your image. Okay, so simply I'm going to copy this as it is, then go back to your application, and for our this particular div we'll add it here like this, and I will make sure to wrap it. Make sure to import this blur fade. Then inside this assistant we'll say assistant dot image only. You can give anything as a key, and for this idx it's nothing but we are going to provide the index and then save it. Now once you save, go back to your application, boom, see how cool, right? It's showing this beautiful animation effect. Same thing you can do it for other component as well. Let's say for example you want to add this animation to this text as well. You can even do that. Just copy this, and here we want to add it for this h2 tag first. Okay, sorry, let's close this tag, and here we'll add just 0.25, let's say into 1 and into 0.05. Here you don't need to provide a key, so I will keep as it is, and then you can see it's a change. Cool, right? Same thing you can do it, but in this case in order to show this p tag after displaying this one, so just only change that you need to do is to change this one to 2. Okay, and if I go back, see after this one then only this one will get displayed on the screen. Pretty cool, right? If you don't want this one, you can just remove something like this, okay, to get a more visualize. And if I click, say, if you want to add some beautiful button from this magic, you have also have a different option like rainbow button, shimmer button, the shiny button as well, the interactive, and many more. Let's try to add this rainbow button. Simply we'll copy this npm command inside the terminal, we'll paste it here, and then we'll copy the code, and this is how it looks. Just you need to add a tag called rainbow component. So instead of this button we'll say rainbow button and save it. Now if I go back, you will see this button with a rainbow background and all. So that's how you need to do. Now one more important thing, if user did not select any of this assistant, then we need to make sure this button is in the disable mode. So basically we'll add a condition here, we'll say disable this button until and unless the assistant selected assistant dot length is equal to 0. Okay, and save it. Now if you see, it is disabled, but if I select any of these, now it's enabled. And obviously on the click of this continue, we need to save the selected assistant into our database. Now in order to save this all the user selected AI assistant into our database, we need to create a new table. So simply go to the Convex folder, and inside the schema file we are going to create a new table. So over here we'll say user AI assistants, and we'll say define table. Inside this we'll add an ID of type number. Now make sure that whatever schema we have for this AI assistant, same field we need it in order to save it. Okay, because we are going to insert the bulk insert statement, so that's the reason. Next we have the name, the title of type string. After this we'll add an image of v of type string again, then the instruction of type string, the sample, I will just copy this, the user instructions, so we'll say user instruction first, and the last is sample questions. Now for sample question I will give a type any. or you can give array, but I will give it as any, and then save. Now once you save this one, you will see the new table get added inside the Convex called user AI assistants. Perfect. Now we'll create a new function. So here we'll say user AI assistants dot ts, and inside this function we are going to write a function called export constant insert selected assistants, and here we'll say mutation. Now inside that it will take an argument, and it consists of records of type we'll say any. Okay, so it consists of list of the selected all the AI assistants. Then we need a handler with ctx dot arguments and the arrow function. Now we also need to make sure that whoever is or whichever user is adding this record, that username need to be there. So instead of user email or something, we're gonna use the user ID, and here you need to provide a type ID and then to which table, so that table name. So in this case the user table, we are just referring it. Okay, and now over here we'll say constant inserted IDs is equal to await, and here we're gonna use a promise. So we'll say promise dot all, and then we'll say arguments dot records dot map the async record of type any and the arrow function. Okay, or you can just call it like this. So here we'll say await ctx dot db dot insert into the table UI user AI assistants, and then we'll destructurize all the record fields because we also want to save the user ID. Okay, now inside the schema we did not added this column called user ID, so make sure to add that column. Here you need to provide the ID of user table. So we are just make sure to connect this table together by providing the ID and save it. Now even though if you add this later on, just make sure that you are not getting any error inside this Convex inside the terminal. It means your column get added to the table, and then inside the user ID we'll say arguments dot uid. That's all you need to do. Now the next will simply return the inserted IDs and then save it, and this insert selected assistant function is now ready. Now let's go back to your page.tsx file, and on the click of the continue button we need to call a method in order to save the record. So here we'll say constant on click continue and the arrow function. Now this particular we want to call on the click of this rainbow button. So here we'll say on click and simply call this method and save it. Now over here, in order to call the mutation, first you need to define that one, because if I go to the schema, the user AI assistant, we have this mutation, right? So let's define. So here we'll say insert assistant is equal to use mutation. Okay, so this is the use mutation hook from the Convex, so make sure to import that as well, and then you need to provide the API. So here we'll say API dot user AI assistant dot insert selected assistant, and then we're gonna use this. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await insert AI assistant, and then inside that we need to provide the records. Now records is nothing but the selected assistant, and then we need to provide the UID. Now UID will be nothing but the user ID. So let's get the user information using our hook use context, and here we'll say auth context, and from this one we'll get the user information, and inside the user we have underscore ID. Now this ID nothing but from the Convex, and then make this as a async, and here we'll say constant result. Now we are also going to maintain a loading state, so here we'll say constant loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, and once you click on this button, we'll set the loading as a true, otherwise we'll set the loading as a false. Now whenever the loading is true, instead of this continue button, or maybe we can keep this continue button, but here I will want to add a loading. If loading is true, then I'm going to add an icon called loader, and this icon I'm going to add it from the Lucid React library. Now when you install the ShareCN, this Lucid icon library also get installed. Now here we say loader to icon. For this icon I will add animate spin animation as well, and that's all we need to do. Make sure when the loading is true, you will also disable the button. So along with this condition, here we'll say if loading is true, then also disable the button and then save it. Now test this scenario. So let me refresh this once, and we'll select some assistant. We'll select the grammar fixer, email writer, we'll select this one as well, and I think bug finder. Okay, and click continue, and if you see, we have this beautiful loader, but it's just gone. But if I go to the console, and here you will see the new 4 record or 4 selected record get added, and we got the ID of that one. And if you observe, Convex is so fast that the data get inserted so fast. And if I go to the database inside under this user AI assistant table, now we have these 4 assistant added by this particular user. And if I click on this one, you will see this user is connected to that particular here obviously you can click on this one, so you can see for which user is get connected. So it's connected to this particular user. Perfect. So that's what we wanted. Now if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Also we have to make sure this particular screen we want to show only when user is first time. It means if user don't have any assistant selected, and if it's not in the database, it means we need to show this screen. But if it's already there, then we are obviously going to navigate user to the workspace route that we are going to implement in next chapter. But before that, we need to make sure that user does not have any assistant, otherwise we need to navigate it. So for that one, let's go to the Convex, and inside the user AI assistant we are going to write a query, and which will fetch the user AI selected assistants. So here we'll say export constant get all user assistants is equal to query, because this will be a query, and it will take an arguments. Inside the argument it will just take the user ID is of type ID, and it's from the user table. Then we need to provide the handler async ctx db arguments and the arrow function. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx.db.query on table user AI assistant dot filter, because we want to filter the record depends on this user ID column, and obviously we already have the user ID as well. So here we'll say filter the query q dot equal to, this need to be q dot equal, because we want to match left and right side column, right? So here we'll say q dot fill on user ID. So if you see, we have this user ID with arguments dot user ID, and then we'll say collect. And once we have all of this data, then we'll simply going to return the result and then save it. And that's how easily we get all user assistant query is now ready. Let's save this one and then go back to AI assistant page.tsx file, and over here I'm going to write a method. So here we'll simply say get user assistants and the arrow function. Now inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await, and then we need to define a convex first. Using this use convex because we want to make an query, we need to get the data from the query. So we'll say convex dot query. Here we'll pass the API dot user AI assistant dot get all user assistants, and inside that we need to pass a user ID. That user ID you will get it from the user dot ID, and here I will make this as a async. Now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect whenever this component get load, but only when we have the user information. So here we'll say user and then call this method, and that's all. Now we'll console the result, but if result dot length is greater than 0, then we'll return nothing, but here we need to navigate to new screen. So for that one we are going to use a router is equal to use router, and then we'll say router dot replace, and then we are going to navigate to the new route called workspace, and let's save this one. Now if I go back to our application and refresh the screen, so that, and boom, if you see it's navigate to this workspace screen. Obviously we don't have the screen, but even though if I try to go back to this AI assistant, every time it will navigate me to the workspace screen, because our application know that user already selected the assistant. But if user want to select the AI assistant from the list, then from the workspace he has an option to select it. So you don't need to worry about that one. That we are going to implement later on, but for now this is the how our application will work. So this is the basic workflow. Now in chapter 6 we are going to design a workspace layout, where inside the layout we need to add 3 different column. One is to display the selected assistant list, then one for the settings of that assistant, where you can update the instructions, select the AI model, and then another is chart UI. So in this particular chapter we are just going to add a layout, and later on we are going to implement each of that particular section. Now if you see this mockup, this is how we are going to add on the first column, where we have the list of personal assistant which you selected. Also here you have an option to add a new assistant, or you even search any of this assistant. Then in the middle part we are going to add a chart UI, where user can enter the value, ask a question, and many other things. And then on the right hand side we are going to add the selected assistant information along with the model and then the instruction as well. Now obviously here this is just a mockup, but obviously we are going to add lot of other things into this particular screen. So first thing, if you see right now we don't have this workspace route, so we'll create a new one. So let's go back to our application, and inside this main folder we are going to create a new folder called workspace, and inside this we'll create page.tsx file. Let's add a default template and we'll rename this to workspace and save it. Now if I go back and just refresh the screen, you will see now we have the new route. Obviously the session is expired, so I will just log in again, and once I log in, if you see, we navigate to this workspace screen. Perfect. Now let's go back again, and inside this workspace we need to add a 3 column. So here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add 1 column. This will be the second and this will be the third. Now inside here we need to display the assistant list, then the chart UI, and the last we have the settings. And here we need to add a class name. We'll make it grid column 5. Now out of this 5 column we are going to assign 3 columns to this chart UI. So here we'll say column span 3. Okay, and just for our understanding purpose, I will just write the text something like this so that we can understand. And if I go back, you will see, so up to this point which is assigned to assistant list, then we have the chart UI, and then at the last we have the settings. Now when the screen size is medium or smaller, we are going to hide the settings. So simply here initially in the class name we will say hidden. Only when the screen size is larger we will show it as a block, for example. Over here this column span 3 only applicable when the screen size is larger. For a smaller screen we can say column span 4, for example. Okay, and 1 to this assistant. And when the screen size is extra smaller, then we are going to hide this one, and then when the screen size is medium, then we are going to show this column. So on the medium screen we'll say block and then save it. This one actually the column span 4 we are going to show only when the screen size is, let's say, medium, otherwise just ignore that. And if I save this one, let's change the screen size, and once we touch the medium you will see the setting page is gone, and then the assistant page is gone, and complete page is for the chart UI now. Perfect. So it means whatever the depends on the screen size and we want this particular page as a responsive, we added this all the Tailwind CSS classes. Now let's add the assistant list first. So inside the workspace folder we are going to create a new folder called _components. Now all the components related to this workspace will keep inside this folder, and then inside here we'll say assistant list, or we'll say assistant list only, that's fine, .tsx, and then add a default template and save it. Now this assistant list component we are going to add inside this div. So here we'll say assistant list and save. Now if I go back here, you will see the text called assistant list. Now let's go back and let's implement this assistant list component. Now you already have code to get the list of assistant, right? So obviously we're gonna use that one, but before that, as per this mockup, we are going to show this basic information at the top. So over here we'll say s2 tag, and we'll say what is this, your personal AI assistant, your personal AI assistants. For this div we'll add a class name, then we'll make font bold, text larger. Then for this div we'll add a class name, we'll give padding to, let's say, 5, we'll give background to secondary. Okay, and if you want to add a border right, you can add a border right, and we'll say 1 pixel, for example, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see that we have this background along with the name, but we want to show it as a full screen. So basically you need to mention it as a height to the full, or you can mention height to screen as well, something like this. Okay, but over here we don't want this scroll bar at all. So instead of providing the hide screen over here, we can provide to the page.tsx file, and let's add it to this particular div. So for this class name we'll make height to screen, and we'll also make it as a fix. Okay, make sure to provide width as a full as well. And if I refresh it, and also inside the assistant now we'll give height to screen, and if you see now it's not scrolling, and then this is also fixed. Perfect. After this we want to add a button which will say add new assistant. So over here we'll add a button component, we'll say add new assistant and save it. Okay, now we are going to use width full, so we'll say class name width to be full, margin top to let's say 3, or we'll give margin, fine, margin top to 3 only. Perfect. After that, we want to add an input box. Now for the input box, if you don't have the input component installed, go to the Nextjs and search for the input. Now let's install this. So we'll copy this Nextjs npm command inside the terminal. Let's execute it. And once it is installed, we simply add that. So over here, we'll say input, and inside the class name, we'll give a background white. Then we'll also add a placeholder. We'll say search, and for this class name, we'll add margin top to let's say 3 and save it. Something like this, say. And that's how search button and this the button and the search input is now ready. Now let's fetch all the users selected assistant, and we already have the code for that one. So inside the AI assistant, we have this get user AI assistant. So we'll copy this. We'll copy this use effect as well, and make sure to paste it here. Make sure to import this use effect, and along with that one, we also want this user information. So get this user information. We need to define a convex. So we'll say convex is equal to use convex, and wherever you're getting the error, make sure to import the statement for that. And here we don't need a router actually, so this condition we don't need anymore. Let's save this one and let's see whether we are getting the user assistant on the assistant list component. So I will go back. Okay, so we are getting error because we need to make this component on the client side. Save this, and inside the inspect panel, inside the console, if you see, we got the list. Perfect. Now let's save this, the AI, all the assistant in a state. So here we'll say assistant list comma set assistant list is equal to use state, and simply here we're gonna set that. So here we need to give the type. So we'll say assistant list and save it. Now this one, obviously, if you remember, we already defined inside this page.tsx of AI assistant. So that's the reason it's showing. Once you save this one, we're gonna display inside this. So here we'll add a div, then we'll use AI assistant list dot map, and then we'll say assistant comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a div. First thing, we want to show the image, so we'll add the image tag. Then here we need to show assistant dot image. Inside the alt tag, I will give assistant dot name. Then we need to give some width, let's say 60, and height, let's say 60, and save it. Now if I go back here, you will see the list. Perfect. Here make sure we are using this assistant list, not the AI assistant. So here we'll say assistant list only, and then save it. Now if you see, we have only 4 assistants showing on the screen. For this image, we'll add a class name. We'll make a rounded corner, let's say large, and we'll also give a width to let's say 60 and height to 60 pixel. Also we'll give object cover, okay, and save it. Then instead of large, we'll make XL. We need to give some padding, so here we'll say padding to 4, and just we'll give padding. I think that should be enough. And then after this, we'll add a div, and inside this div we need to show the name of that particular assistant. So we'll assistant dot name, and then we also want to show assistant dot title and save it. Also here don't forget to add a key as a index and then save it. Now if I go back, this is how it will look like. Let's put this text in one line. So for this div, we'll add a class name. Oops, sorry. So here this class name is already there, so we just add a flex. We'll give a gap of 3 and align item or item to be in the center. Perfect. Now just we'll give some style. So for this h2 tag, we'll add font bold, and for this title, we'll make text gray 600, and for the dark screen, we'll give text gray 300. Perfect. Okay. If you want, you can just change this size. Let's say size to small. Okay. Now whenever we hover on any of this particular assistant, we just want to add some background change. So over here we'll add on hover, the background should be, let's say, white or primary. I think we can make it white, and let's see how it looks. I think white is not that much visible, so we can just add a gray. I think this is much better. Okay, and we are gonna also add a corner rounded. So here we will say border, or not border but rounded corner. So rounded XL. Perfect. If you want the padding is too much, just decrease this padding to, let's say, 2, and this also looks fine to me. Make sure to add a cursor pointer, but on hover on the dark screen, right, we need to update the hover. So on the dark, we're gonna add a background, and here we'll add little darker. Okay, and save it. Perfect. Now once user selected any of this assistant, right, we need to save in one state, so that on the setting or any other component we'll get to know which one is selected. Before that, I will just give a margin top to this div. So here we'll say margin top to 10, so some space between this, or let's say 5 only. Perfect. Now once I selected any of these assistant, we need to save this. So for that one, I'm going to use a context, because the selected assistant we need to share across the different components. So let's define a context. So inside the context, we'll add a new context, and here we'll say assistant context.tsx file. Here we'll say export assistant context is equal to create context from the React. Here don't forget to add constant. Here I will add a type any, and here we make it null, and save it. Now make sure to wrap this. So let's go to our provider, and in this case we're gonna use our mains provider. So go to the main and provider.tsx file. Inside here I will just wrap it. So we'll say assistant context.provider will provide a default value as well, and close this tag and save it. Oh, so this need to be inside. Now let's define a default state. So at the top we'll say constant assistant comma set assistant is equal to use context. Also not use context but use state, because first time we are defining it, and just pass this over here. Okay, and save it. Now whenever you want to use, just use this using this context. So in this case, so if I go to this assistant list, right, we'll define this. So we'll say constant curly braces is equal to use context and then assistant context. Now when user click on this particular div, so inside the on click, we'll just set the assistant as the selected assistant value. Obviously it contains all the fields and their respective value. Okay, this is very important. And once user select any of this one, we need to show this one as a selected as well. Here I will just give margin top to 2, so some space. Perfect. So simply let's go back, and here we're gonna add a dynamic styling. So let's wrap this in a curly braces. So make sure you're wrapping correctly. So let me bring this top first, and here I will wrap this all the class name in a curly braces. Then remove this tag and we'll add this single quote. Okay, and inside here we'll add a $sign, and we'll say if assistant, or okay, so this assistant and this assistant getting match. So I need to rename this actually. So we'll say underscore. Okay, so that's a little easy to understand as well. So I will replace it everywhere wherever we use this, because our context assistant name is same, right? So that's the reason. And now here we'll say if assistant dot id is matches with our assistant dot id, then we'll add a background gray 200 and then save it. Now after refresh, okay, so here we have an error, cannot read a property of undefined. So that's perfectly fine. Let's add this question mark. Okay, right now if you see, nothing is get selected, but if I select any of this one, see, now it's showing as a selected. If I select this one, it's showing as a selected. So that's how you need to add just a conditional styling. Depends on the condition, you are just applying the Tailwind CSS. Now over here, if you want to extend this sidebar at the top, you can just mark this header as a fix. Okay, so it will just go behind the sidebar. So if I go to the header, and here if I mark this div as a fix, if you see, it's going behind this, I think so. Okay, so that's also good choice. And if you want to use this header only to the chat UI, that also you can implement it. So for example, but still, even though we display, right, we mark it as a fix, so it's better to not to show any header at the top. We can keep it as it is. Now another thing that we want to show is the user profile image at the bottom of this header. Okay, now this one is just showing. I will just remove this static route, and we can have option to see the account, and if we have any setting, that also we're gonna add that option. So basically inside this assistant list at the bottom of the screen, we can add a div, and we'll say, let's say footer. Okay, and save it. Now to this one we'll add a class name, we'll mark it as a fix, and we'll say a bottom to 0, or you can just make this as an absolute as well. And if you see, it's coming to the bottom of the screen. Perfect. Now inside this we'll add a user image. So we'll add image tag. Make sure you have the user information so that we can get the user picture. So here we'll say source user dot picture. Then inside the alt we'll say user, and then in width we can give a 35, height to 35. Perfect. Now instead of bottom 0, we'll say bottom 10, so little bit above this one, and we'll also add a corner rounded. So to this image we'll add a rounded corner, and let's add the name. So here we'll say user dot name. Perfect. Now obviously let me add this inside the div, because along with the name we're gonna show whether it's a paid user or free user. Okay, so simply depends on the condition we can add. So here we have user dot order id. If user order id is there, then we can just add pro plan, otherwise we'll say free plan, and save it. See, So right now user is on free plan, because if I go to this user, you will see we don't have any order ID, and that's the reason it's showing that user is on the free plan. Now obviously here we'll say text gray, and for this h2 tag we'll add font bold. I will just change this text size to small. Then for this div, not this one but at the top div, we'll make it flex and we'll give gap of 3. We'll make item to be in the center. Perfect. And we are gonna also add an hover effect. So on hover, we'll add a background gray 200, something like this. See, but let's give some full width. So we'll say width to be full, and we'll also give padding to 2. We'll make a rounded XL. See, okay, so we have the give the absolute width, and if you see width is showing to the full, so you can just do one thing for this particular div. You can make it as a relative, and then it is applied to this one only. Obviously instead of now width full, here you can say 90%. I think this is much better, or you can just update this accordingly. Now after this, let's add a cursor pointer as well. Okay, perfect. Now in chapter 7, we are going to explore different AI models. As you know that our application is completely based on the AI models, and in this particular chapter we are going to focus on exploring that AI models. Then we will introduce this hidden AI, which contain an all-in-one platform for the AI models and AI APIs, and I'm going to tell you how easily we can integrate with our application. As Hidden AI is a sponsor of this particular video, we will get a $10 credits for each user which is sign up from the link in the description. So make sure to sign up, and just the thing you need to do is to add a credit card. They will not charge anything, but you will get a $10 credits, which is more than sufficient to build your application. Now simply first thing, let's go to this hiddenai.co and click link in the description, and on this site they provide a bunch of different AI models. They also have the ready to use templates, and most important, very rich API. You can bring your own AI or API as well for the AI model. If you don't have an account, just create a new account and then log into your application. Here on this dashboard, or this is the landing screen of this hidden AI, where you will find an API key. You have option to switch it to the sandbox, so they will not charge you when you are in the development mode. Only thing that they will return some dummy data, that is perfectly fine for us. If you scroll down, we have this different AI feature which hidden AI is providing us, like AI content detection, then asynchronous text to speech, background removal of any images, code generation, chatbot, multi-level models, and there are a lot of other. You can explore it, and with the help of each of these models, you can even use it as our AI assistants, right? How cool. So obviously these are some examples that you can use it to add into directly to into our application as well. Now next thing, the best way in order to use the hidden AI with the help of AI workflow as well. Now if you see, we got this pop-up that is saying you can get the $10 free credits once you add the credit card, and they will not charge it. So make sure to add that one. I'm going to add it. I will show you how to do that. Now inside this hidden AI workflow, here you can create your own workflow. Okay, you can even start from the scratch, or you can select the existing template as well. Let's select this LLM chart or multimodal LLM chart. It's up to you. Give the model name. Here we'll say advanced AI models, and then simply create project. Now best use case I'm going to tell you in a moment. Now once you create this model, you will see this is the line of code that you need to use it directly. You don't need to do anything. Even you can test it before making it as a live. Okay, here you will see the launch execution and the result, how you will get it. Then we have the evaluate and deploy option. Once you think everything is done, you can just deploy it, so it will be live. And under the builder option, you can just drag and drop it, different AI model, your workflow, how you want it. You can use a multiple models. Okay, you can just add this over here, and if you see, after for example you are generating this text prompt or text result, right, you can add, for example, you want to generate a code, you can just add that one, add it to your workflow, and boom, how cool, right? And you don't need to do or implement inside your application. Okay, this workflow will take care of that one. You can come to this builder, update your workflow, and that's all you need to do. Once you think your workflow is ready, just run it and test it out. With the help of the AI feature, it automatically generates the workflow for us. You will see the pricing, all the details. You can also select the different AI models from here, and as I say, you can add as many as AI model in your workflow, the condition, and many other things. Say, okay, if you want to generate audio, just add this feature, and after generating code, you can just generate the speech to text as well. So when you want to execute multiple AI models one by one, right? So in this case, this Eden AI workflow is quite helpful. Now going back to our main screen, one more feature I want to introduce is the monitoring. Now once you start using this AI model, you can track your all the cost, how many API call you made, how much it get charged, and everything. And obviously throughout this course, I'm going to show you at each step how much usage we are going to do. Inside the API key, you will see that you can generate this API key. You have the production and sandbox API key as well, which you can use it on development and the production purpose respectively. Inside the billing, don't forget to add credit card details so that you will get a $10 of credits for free, and make sure to click in the link in the description as well. And if you see, after adding the credit card, you will get $10 of credit, which is more than enough to build your application and deploy it to production. Now inside this AI APIs, okay, obviously we are going to use multiple AI models, but most important, if I go to this LLM chart, right, and once you are on this one, you can go to this documentation. Inside the documentation, you will get all the details how to use it. And if you see this example, only thing or the only change that you need to do is to update these providers. Okay, so if you see, this is the providers and this is the model name that you need to pass it, and that's all you need to do. And every time it will use that particular model. Now here, if you click on export to code, and we'll select the JavaScript, just the thing that you need to pass an API key. Here is the URL and some basic information, and that's all. For each of this model, you will see the pricing over here, and it's quite cheap. So what are the cheap model that we are going to use? And here you will see the pricing for 1 million token. It will just charge you $0.4, say 0.6, something like that, right? And later on, I'm gonna tell you how to get this all the AI models name along with their model name. Now coming to the chapter 8, where we are going to add an assistant settings section. Now in this setting, we are showing some basic information of AI assistant, like image, what that AI assistant work for or do, and the name of the assistant. Then we are giving option to select the different AI model like ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, and many others. And also user have option to edit the instruction. Now if you see this particular mockup, these are the things that we are going to implement, and at the bottom we are going to add a button to save or to delete that particular assistant as well. Now from the documentation of Eden AI and from these available providers, I already noted down some of the models, AI models, along with their name of the models, which we are going to use it in order to generate the AI content. Okay, and I created the new file inside the services called AI model options, and inside that I added this ID, the name of that particular model, then the that is the hidden AI field name and the logo for that particular model. Now this particular another one which is I commented, which you can get it also from the Open Router. It's up to your choice. It's not completely free, but you can try it. Open Router only give you the $1, but hidden AI giving you a $10 of credits. Now let's save everything and then let's go back to your main folder where we have this page.tsx under the workspace. Now let's create a new component for the settings. So I will remove this text now, and inside this component folder we'll say settings.tsx. Now add a default template. I will just rename this to assistant setting. Okay, assistant settings, and then we'll add a default template and save it. Now make sure to import this over here and close the tag. Now inside this assistant, so I think we imported the assistant list instead of assistant settings, and make sure on the UI side you are getting the text called settings. So I think I need to log in again, and now we have this assistant setting. Now similar like this sidebar, right, for the personal settings, same thing we are going to implement for the assistant setting as well. So over here I'm going to add h2 tag and simply will say settings, the class name font bold, text I will give to Excel, or let's say Excel only, and for this div we'll add padding to 5. Then we'll give background color to secondary and save it. If you want to give a border, so we'll say a border left to 1 pixel. Okay, then also give the height to the screen. So here we'll say height to screen. Perfect. And now on this one, as per our mockup, if you see, we have the image of selected AI assistant along with the name and that assistant title. So from the context we are going to get this selected assistant information, and here we'll say assistant context. Now whenever the assistant is selected, then only we are going to show the this particular dialog actually. So here we'll say assistant and if I save this, okay, so here we make this component on the client side and then save. Now right now if you see, that side navigation bar is not showing, but as soon as I select, then only it will show the settings sidebar. Now once we selected, obviously you have information. So inside the div we'll add an image tag, source. Now over here we'll say assistant dot image. Inside the alt tag we'll say assistant, and in a width let's say 60, height we'll use 60, and then save it and make sure that it's going to display it on the screen. I will change this to let's say 80 and 80. I think this is much better. Then we'll add a class name, we'll add a border rounded, or this need to be a rounded corner actually, so rounded full. Then if you want, you can also provide the height from here. Okay, so the reason that we provide the height inside the class name and this height is little bit different here. With this height it will optimize your image, but if you increase the size and you are giving the size inside the class name, then it quality might change. Okay, so something like this, right? Now it's up to you whether you want to show it as a circular, or let me add it as a Excel. I think this is better. Then we'll give some class name margin top to let's say 4, so some space, some margin from the top. Then inside the div we'll add a new div in order to show the name of that particular assistant, and then we want to show the title as well. Now for this we'll say class name font bold. I will add optional fill, optional operator as well. For this one I will say class name text gray, let's say 700, and for dark we'll say text gray 300 and save it. Perfect. Now let's bring this in one line. So let's, for this div we'll make it flex gap of 3, and I will not do item to be in center, we'll keep it like this only. Okay. Then we want to show the drop down, and inside the drop down we need to show the models. Now in order to add a drop down, go to the shared CN and search for a component called select. Now this is kind of drop down. Once you select it, you will see the selected option as well. Now copy this npm command, and then inside this terminal we just make sure to install it so that we can use it. Now once it is installed, make sure to import these statements and then copy this use case as well. Now over here we'll add a div. Inside that we'll say h2 tag model, and then we'll add this drop down. Okay, here we'll give margin top to 4, and obviously if I save this one, you will see the drop down will get added, right? But obviously I think we added inside this div, so make sure to add this div outside of this particular div, so it will come down. Okay, now let's give some style. First thing, let's make this width to full, then we'll give a background to white. For a placeholder we'll say select model, and inside this items I'm going to iterate our own AI models options, so which is inside this service folder. Okay, so if I go to this service folder, we already have this option that we are going to use it. So simply here we'll say AI model option dot map. Inside that we'll say model comma index and the arrow function, and then we want to simply add this select item. Instead of this value, I'm going to add an div tag, and inside the div we'll add an h2 tag with the name. So we'll say model dot name, and for a value either you can save the ID of the model, okay, or you can save the model name, it's up to you. So we'll say a model dot, let's say Eden AI. Okay, it means this Eden AI model name actual. Okay, and let's save this one. Now if I go back, if I click drop down, you will see these beautiful options. But if you see inside our AI model option, we also added the logo, and this logo I already added inside this public folder. So for example, we have the ChatGPT, then we have the Google as well. See, okay, that we are going to fetch it from the locally. So over here we'll add an image tag with the source. Then inside that we'll say model dot logo. In alt tag we'll give a model dot name, and in the width we will say 20, height to 20, and save it. Also we'll add a class name and we'll make a rounded corner, so rounded medium. Now if I go back here, you will see the options. Cool, right? Now let's bring this in one line. So for this div I will add a class name plex gap of 2, item to be in the center, and then it will look in one line. Also we'll give a margin to 1, so some space. Perfect. Now if you select anything, right, it will get selected. Obviously for this one I think the model name is same. Let's fix this. So if I go to this AI model option, the name of the model is same. Okay, so that's the reason it's better to save with an ID as well. It's up to you. So ID will be unique. Sometimes model might duplicate, okay, by mistake. So here we'll save it as ID only, or model dot name is also fine because we want it as a string. See, and anything you select, it will display it or selected and will display it on the screen. Next, we want to show the instruction, and for the instruction we want a text area. That component you can import from the shared CN. So we'll copy this component, then simply make sure to install this, and outside of this div we'll add one more div, and inside that first we'll add an h2 tag, or let's copy this same, and here we'll say instructions. See, for this h2 or label I'm going to add a class name. We'll say text gray, let's say 500, let's say how it looks, and same thing I'm going to add it here, and for this div we'll add a class name margin top to 4. Perfect. Now for the instruction, let's add a text area, and inside that you can add a placeholder, and inside the value you can add that from the assistant dot user instruction, because we want to show a user instruction. See, you can if you see the height, it's quite smaller, right? You can give your own custom height. So simply inside the class name we will provide the height, let's say 180 pixel, something like this. Also let's add a background to white. Perfect. Okay, and that's how a model in instruction is now ready. If you want to add more setting, you can add it, right? At this particular, in this course we can keep it simple, but you can add more options, more settings, and lot of other things. This is the this course is just a way to show you how to implement a SaaS product. Now at the last we want to add two buttons, one for to delete this model, or another is the AI or to save the all the records. So over here I will add a div. Inside the div we'll add two button. One is for delete and other for save. Now we want this at the bottom, so we'll make this absolute. We'll say bottom to 10, and we'll make it flex. We'll make justify end gap to 5. So it is at the bottom of the screen. Let's make this right to 0 and make flex as well, but even though justify n is not applicable, so I think this is fine. Just instead of right we'll give some right 5. Perfect. Okay, now we'll add some styling to this one. So for this delete button I will add a variant as a ghost, then I will add a trash icon from the Lucid React. Same thing, I am going to add a save icon, something like this. See, now over here we have the delete, and this one is to save it. Perfect. Now before adding the delete and save functionality, we also need to make sure that when we add this assistant, we need to save some default model name, and along with that one we also want to add a new column inside our user AI assistant in order to hold this model name. Okay, so simply go back to your schema file. So I will close this, and inside this convex schema.ts file, under this user AI assistants, I am going to add a new field, and here we'll say AI model name or AI model ID, we can say. Okay, because we just want to, either we can say ID or name, or we can say ID, and then here we'll say v optional first, and then we'll add v is of type string. And when we save this user AI assistant. Inside this user AI assistant, inside this insert statement, we are going to add that. So here we'll say user AI, AI model ID, and then we're gonna add a default model. So from this AI model option, I'm going to add this default model called Google Gemini Flash. Okay, so I will just copy this one and we'll paste it here and then save it. Okay, so whenever from the next time when you add, the AI model ID will be there automatically. Now inside our assistant settings component, you can even provide the default value to our drop down. Okay, so over here I think we have the default value, and inside that we can provide assistant dot AI model ID and save it. So right now obviously we don't have the AI model, okay, because inside this AI model ID right now if you see it's unset because we are not saving, but from the next time it will automatically get saved. Now if I select this one and on the click of save, we need to make sure to save this one. Right now if you see we have this two error, one for this key that we need to update. I think that's all we need to do, and one for the input that we are going to add it. So just fix this. So for this div we'll add a key as an index, and for the input, because we set the value for this text area, we need to add on change event. So over here we'll add on change method, and on the on change we are going to call one method. So we can call it as a constant on handle input change. Now this will take two parameters, one is the field and another is a value. Now field is of type string, value again is of type string only. Now this particular method we're gonna call it whenever our inputs get changed. So in this case, let's say we are calling this on handle input change, and here is nothing but the user instruction field. Now make sure this field name should match with your column name. Okay, so in this case we have this user instruction, the same way that we are going to save it, and then the value will be, so it will emit the event, and from the event we can get the value. So here we'll say event dot target dot value and save it. Same thing on the select. So here when user select it, right, so we'll say on value change, it will just return the actual value, and we'll say on handle input change for the AI model ID, and the respective value is a value. Now let's go to this on handle input change, and simply we are going to set the assistant value. Over here we'll say previous value, get all the previous value like this, and then obviously over here you can add the type as assistant as well, or right now I will keep that as any only. And inside that we need to add a field and the respective value and save it. Okay, now whenever you change the value of any input, something like this, it will also update to that AI model. If I update this to OpenAI, and obviously we are not saving right now, but later on obviously it will update automatically. Now obviously on the click of save, we need to save that assistant value, because we already have this assistant updating right from this set assistant. That assistant value we need to update into our database. So when we want to update, we are just going to update two fields. One is the model and another is instruction, because all other fields are remaining constant, or constant in the sense is fixed, right? So let's go to our user AI assistant, and inside here we are going to write an update mutation. So we'll say export constant update AI user AI assistant is equal to, we'll say mutation, and it will take an arguments. So it will take three arguments. One, the which record you want to update, and the field which we want to update. So first is the ID, which is nothing but the user ID, and inside that it will be a user AI assistant. Then we want the user instruction is of type string, and the last we want AI model ID, again is of type string. Then let's add an handler async with ctx db, sorry not db, arguments, and then arrow function. So make sure the table name is correct, okay, because we are referring to that one. Next, now whatever the value you want to update, for that one we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx.db.patch. So patch is used for to update it, and then you need to provide which record, so that we can do it from the arguments.id. Then the field which you want to update. So in this case we are going to update AI model ID with arguments.ai model ID and the user instruction. So user instruction we can get it from the argument.user AI instruction, and then lastly if you want you can just return the result and save it. So this is just a simple easiest way that you can update the user AI assistant for these particular fields. Now let's go back to our component. So inside the AI settings, so this one only, we are writing constant on save. We are going to call this mutation. So let's define this mutation over here. Call update assistant is equal to use mutation and define that API. So API.user AI assistant.update user AI assistant. Then obviously I am going to maintain the loading state is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, but when user click on save we'll set the loading it as a true, and at the last we'll set the loading as a false. Then over here we'll simply say constant result is equal to await update assistant, and inside that we need to provide the record ID. Now record ID you can get it from this assistant, because when you select the assistant it also have the ID. So here we'll say assistant dot underscore ID. Then we want AI model ID. So make sure, okay, so here I use small I will make sure this is a capital I only. It doesn't matter because, but I want to keep everywhere same. So over here we'll say AI model ID. Now AI model ID is nothing but from the assistant only we can get it. So here we'll say AI model ID, and the last we have user instruction. Perfect, and let's make this as async. Now this on save we are going to attach to this save button. So here we'll say on click and it will press save button. Now also when the loading is true we are going to show a loader icon, and make sure the question mark, otherwise we'll show the save button. And here we'll add a class name with animate spin as a class. Also I will disable this button when the loading is true. Same thing I'm going to do for this delete button as well, and let's save this one. Okay, now let's test this out. Now for the Olivia, so for this one we'll select the model, let's say Gemini, and here if you want to add other instruction, let's say test for now, and click save. Now obviously it's so fast that you cannot see this loading icon, but if I go back to database, here you will see for this Olivia we have this AI model ID, and inside this instruction as well you will see the test we added, right? So that's how you need to do it. Now if you want to remove it, you can also remove this and done. Now it's so fast that we cannot know whether this save or not. So for that one you can use a toast or notification, and you can add that notification as well. So from the chat just search for the toast. Either you can use this particular component, or there is a better one and easiest one, which is sonar, which is again kind of toast, but here you can see the toast like this, see. So we'll use this one, copy this, make sure to install inside your application, and then in order to use it, first you need to add this toaster inside this root layout. So copy this, go to your root layout, okay, make sure it's in the root layout. I will paste it here, and make sure to import it, make sure to import this from this components UI sonar, okay. I will keep this outside of this provider, and then in order to use, just call this toast. Now in our case, inside this AI assistant setting, here we can simply say toast, and we'll say saved. Okay, simple and easy. Now if I click save, let me refresh this once, and if I click save, see, we got this saved toast. Beautiful, right? So that's how it works. Now if you want to delete any of this model, that also you can do it. So on the click of delete, first we'll ask for confirmation, and for the confirmation we'll add this alert dialog. Okay, so if I click on this one, it will ask, do you want to proceed or something like that. So same thing, we are going to use it. So first copy this npm command, we'll install this one, and instead of adding this alert dialog inside this assistant setting, we'll create a new component. You can put it, that component in a shared folder, something like that, or keep it inside this one only, and we can call it as a confirmation dialog.tsx or confirmation alert, we can say. Now here we'll add a default template and save it. Now copy this import statements, and then copy this example as well. Okay, and save it. Now over here, if you see, we have this button trigger, okay, which will trigger this particular dialog, but we want to trigger it on the click of this delete button. So basically first we'll add that confirmation alert over here, and right now if I save this one, you will see a button called open. If I click one, then only you will see this dialog, but we want to add on the delete, so we're gonna pass this button as a children of this confirmation alert. Okay, now let's go to this confirmation alert, and here I will accept this as a children. Now I will provide the type any, okay, or maybe you can provide outside, and save it. Now these children I'm going to pass to this alert dialog. So what will happen, on the click of these children only, it will open this dialog. Now if I click delete, see, it opens this dialog. Perfect, right? Now let's update this content. So here we'll say, are you really want to delete this assistant? And if I click, this is how it will look like, and everything is good. And once users say yes, delete, and then we have the cancel button as well. Here I don't know whether we have the variant or not, so anytime you can go to this alert dialog action as well. Now on the press of this one, so here we'll say on click, we will call a method called on delete. Okay, now this on delete we're gonna pass back to the parent component. So inside this assistant setting, we'll accept it here as on delete, and then we call it as a on delete method. So over here we're gonna call this method, and inside the console let's just call on delete, and we'll see whether it's working or not. Okay, so if I go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, if I click delete, see, it's saying on delete. It means that console is getting printed. Perfect. Now on the click of this delete, we just want to delete this particular record. So simply inside the convex function, inside under this user AI assistant, we need to write a mutation to delete the record. So simply we'll say export constant delete assistant is equal to mutation. Now it will take an arguments and it will take the ID of the record which you want to delete. So we'll say ID v dot ID and the table name which is user assistants AI assistant. Okay, then attach the handler arguments and the arrow function, and here we'll say await ctx dot db dot delete and we'll say arguments dot id which you want to delete and save it. That's how easy you need to do. Now let's go back to the assistant setting and just define this particular mutation. So similar like this update assistant, here we'll say delete assistant is equal to use mutation and then provide that API. So here we'll say API dot user AI assistant dot delete assistant and then call this. So here we'll say await delete assistant dot, not dot, but here we need to provide the ID which is this assistant underscore ID, and here we'll make this as a async. Oops, sorry, this need to be async, and here we'll set the loading as a true, set loading as a false and save it. Okay, now if you want to test this out, you can just go to the delete and say yes, delete it. Now as soon as you delete, right, we need to make sure that we clean the set assistant to null, or you can set it as empty, doesn't matter. Okay, so let's test this out. So if I go over here and let's say you want to delete this one, so we'll say delete, yes, delete, and if I refresh it now, you will see that AI assistant now deleted, and now instead of 4 we only have 3 assistant left. Now the problem over here, if I click again this one and delete it, right, oh sorry, I think I saved it, so let me refresh it again. So over here we have one error, hydration error, that's fine, but if I delete this and say yes, delete it, it's going from the assistant but it's still on this list, right, because until and unless we are not refreshing, it's not getting updated, correct? So we have to somehow inform to our assistant list that you need to refresh the data. So in order to refresh the data, simply go to this assistant list and we are going to use this use effect. So whenever the assistant is equal to null, then we have to make sure this use effect will get executed. So simply here I'm going to add a condition and if assistant is equal to null, then also execute this use effect along with the user need to be there and save it. So let's test this out. So I will refresh this once, and if I delete this and yes, delete, and boom, if you see the list updated, perfect. Now one last important thing that I'm going to add some animation, and if you remember for our AI assistant we added this blur fade. Same thing, I'm going to copy this and we're gonna add it. So I will copy this blur fade and we're gonna add it to our assistant list. So over here, let's wrap your div inside this blur fade. Okay, outside of this one actually. And make sure to import, and over here obviously we are providing the key and then index value is also there. Let's save this one, and so we have an error, so assistant.image, so this need to be this assistant, and save it, and boom, if you see how beautiful it's displaying on the screen. Same thing, if you want you can add it to these particular settings as well. So simply in that case you just need to provide the delay. Okay, so let's add that. So inside the assistant setting, for each of the item you need to add, let's say for example for this div you want to add it, so simply we'll say blur fade and then you need to provide a delay. So we'll say 0.25 and then we'll wrap this particular div. And if I go to this one, for example, let me refresh this, and when I click this, you will see it's fading immediately. Okay, then you can add that to the model and instruction as well. Okay, so it's up to you how you want to do it, whether you want it or not as well, it's up to you. Okay, but let's add it. It gives you some beautiful effect as well. So over here I will say into 2, and then I will wrap this complete div to this blur fade and save it. See, now if I refresh it and select any other, you will see it's getting displayed. And the last, I will also update the 0.25 into 3 for this last div. Perfect. Now let's test all together. So here we have the list, and when I select this, we are getting this instruction as well. Okay, so that's how easy you can add with this shared CN based magic UI. In chapter 9, we are going to add a chart UI. Obviously, we want to add all the necessary component, and then we are also going to add empty state when there is a no message history. So we are going to show some suggestion. So if I go to this mockup here, if you see, when user click on any of this assistant, initially if user don't have any messages, then we are going to show some suggestion along with this particular text. At the bottom, we are going to add input field where user can enter or ask the question. So let's go back, and inside this workspace under component, we are going to create a new component, and we can call it as a chart UI.tsx. Add a default template and save it. Now this particular component we are going to add inside this as a chart UI and save it. Now go to the chart UI, and first thing I'm going to add some margin top to 20. Then we want to add a text, or we can call it as an empty state, because this empty state we are going to only display when there is a no message. So better we can create a component for that one. So inside this component folder, I'm going to create another component. We'll say empty chart state.tsx, and we'll add a default template for that one as well. For now, I'm just going to add this empty state, and make sure on the screen you are seeing this empty state. Inside this chart UI, let's give some padding. So we'll add a padding to 20, and let's see how it looks. I think we can just give padding to 6, not too much. Now let's go back again to this empty state, and here I'm going to add the text. So simply want to say in h2 tag, how can I assist you? Okay, and if you want, you can add some animation. So from the magic UI, you will see the sparkling text, and this is how it looks. See, there's some sparkle. So I'm going to use this one. So make sure to install this first, and then you can use it. So once it installed, it's ready to use, and then I'm going to change this text with this one. I will just make sure to import and save it. Now if I go back to our application, so, and that's how it's look. Beautiful, right? Now I think we have option. So inside the class name, you can just say text is of 2XL, or I don't know whether it's, yeah, I think it's working. Make it 2XL, little bit bigger. I will just make sure to refresh this. So we want little bit more. Let's make it 4XL and save it. Perfect. Now let's bring in the center of the screen. So here we'll say text to be in the center and save. Also for this div, we'll add a flex column item to be in the center. And as you know that we already have the assistant information, so from the context, So I'm going to use that one. I will just copy this and will paste it here. Make sure to import this use context and assistant context as well. Now from this one, obviously we have the list of all the sample questions, right? So if I go to this AI assistant list, this sample question we want to display on the screen. So inside the div, we'll add assistant dot sample question dot map. Here we'll say question, or you can say suggestion as well, comma index. Then arrow function. Inside this we'll add a div, we'll add a s2 tag, and we'll simply show this suggestion. Now make sure it is of type string and index is of type number. Now for this div we'll add key as an index, and for this we'll add a class name. We'll make padding to 4 and we'll make text to large as well. Now if I go back, as we are using the context, we need to make sure this particular component is on the client side. So we'll save this by just mentioning use client, and now if I click any of this one, you will see beautiful, right? Now obviously we need to bring everything in the center of the screen. I think I thought I mentioned it here, but here we are not this one. So we made some change. Okay, so we need this inside the empty chart state. So I will just cut it from here, and we want to add inside this empty chart state. So let's make sure to put that. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, now it's also showing in the center of the screen. Let's add some border to this one. So we'll say border, or let's add a border, and then we'll make rounded corner as a Excel. Okay, I don't know why it's not get added, that's weird. Maybe so we added that dash, so that's the reason. And now if you see, we have this suggestion as well. Let's give margin top to 1, and for this particular div I will add margin top to, let's say, 7. Perfect, right? Now whenever I hover on this one, we want to show the background, okay, or we can show even hover as well. It's up to you how you want to see, but let's do on hover. We'll just change background gray to 100. Okay, something like this, see. And we'll also make the cursor pointer. Over here I will also add the right arrow. So let's find some arrow. So from the Lucid icon library, I will find something like right icon. So I don't know which one to use, so something like this one. Oh, so I think I find it. So this one. Okay, so I want to use this icon, so it's called chevron right. So just copy this, make sure to use that one, chevron right. Okay, and simply paste it there. Now if I go back over here, you will see this icon. Let's bring this in one line. So for this flex, so h2 tag, we'll make it flex, and we'll make item to be in the center, and we'll give justify between as well, and save it. Perfect, right? If you want, you can give some gap. So we'll say gap of 10, so some space. Perfect. And we have this all the list as well. Obviously if I change this, you will see the list also get changed immediately. If you want, for this one you can add blur fade effect, and over here you need to provide the delay, and then I will just paste it here. Okay, now in the key you can provide the suggestion as a key. Then inside the delay you need to provide a 0.25 into index, and save it, and let's see how it looks. So if I refresh this, boom, beautiful, right? So if I click on this one, you will see this suggestion. Cool, you see, for everything. Now next thing, at the bottom of this chart UI you need to add an input field, right? So let's go back to the chart UI, and over here I am going to add a div. Now inside this div, let's add an input field, and we also want to add a button. Now inside this button I am going to add the send icon, okay, and save it. Now for this one we'll make it flex, we'll make justify between, we'll add a padding as well, we'll give a gap to 5, so something like this. Perfect. And we want that in the bottom of the screen, so let's make this as absolute. And after making that, we want to put it at the bottom, we'll say bottom 5, okay, and we want width to be full, so let's mark width to full, okay. So it's going out of this particular UI, so let's try to mark this div as a relative. And now if you see, it is in the center, but still we need to give the width, let's say 80%, and to this one we'll say height to screen, okay. I think it's going let's make height to 80 vertical height, and let's see how it looks. I think that's good now, but instead of 80 let's make it 88, and instead of this we can make 86, or let's make it 89, I don't know, because we have to test this. Perfect. I think this is much better, okay. And inside this you can even add a placeholder. So for this input we'll just say a placeholder, and we'll say start typing here, okay. Now whenever there is change, when user type the input, so here we'll say input comma set input is equal to use state, and when user type it, obviously here we'll say on change, and it will emit the event, and we'll set the value of the input using event dot target dot value, okay. And we need to mention the type as a string, and over here we'll say on key down, or we instead of down we'll say on key press, because on the key press, right, it will emit the event, and we want to match the key, the enter key, right. So on, even though user don't need to press the send button, but even if I type it and click enter, it should send it. So that's the reason. And here we'll say and for now I think that's all we need, but on that one we are going to call on send message method. So here we'll say and if this is true, then we'll call this on send message. So this need to be equal to perfect, okay. So this need to be there, and then save it. I think that's all we needed, and if you see, beautiful, we have this chart UI ready. Now next, obviously we want to learn how to send a message to the AI and how to get the response, and how to show in the form of chart bubbles. Now in chapter 10 we are going to integrate the Eden AI model into our application, and obviously we need to create an API for that one, and then we're gonna make an API call to get the response from the AI. So whatever the question you ask from the API, we'll get a response, and then we're gonna display that chart inside our UI. So first let's go to this Eden AI and make sure once you add the credit card you will get the $10, so you can test that out. Go to the generative and you can select, obviously you can select any of this AI model, but I'm going to show the example for this LLM chart and how to use it. Now once you go into that one, here you can even test, you can select the model for which you want to test this. Let's say you want to select this Gemini 2.0 Flash. You can ask any question. So let's say give me 5 fitness tips, okay, and then we'll send this one. Once you send it, it will return a response, and here is a response for you. okay, the 5 fitness tips, and it also show how much does it cost to get this response. Now inside the export to code, you will see this example, right? Now you can copy everything as it is. Simply go back to your application and we are going to create an API inside the Next.js. Now inside the app folder, we are going to create an API folder, and inside that we'll simply create another folder called hidden AI model. Now this will be our API endpoint name, and inside that we create a route.tsx file. Let's add a post request. So here we'll say export constant async function, and the name will be the post request. Here we'll make request of type next request. The constant not don't add the constant, and here we need to take a two important value. One is the provider name. Okay, now obviously the provider name is nothing but the AI model name when user select our AI model. So for example, if user select this model, right, then we're going to show the Gemini API model, the OpenAI ChatGPT AI model. Then we want a user input, okay, and then we'll say await request dot JSON. Now obviously this field we need to pass inside the body of the post request. After this, from this hidden AI, I'm going to copy all of this information. You have option to use this inside your response, or you can just comment that code out, okay, and then click on the export to code and then copy this as it is. Now for now, I will do one thing. I don't want this in the response, so I will just export this code, copy it, and go back to your application and paste it here. Let me remove this end, and make sure first you need to add an API key. Okay, so this API key, you will get it from this hidden AI home screen. So I will go to this hidden AI, and on the home screen you will see the option called production. Now when you deploy your application inside production mode, you can use this actual key, and for a development purpose you can get the sandbox key. In the sandbox, hidden AI will return the dummy response. Okay, so just copy this, and inside the .env.local file, create an hidden AI API key as the environment variable, paste that key and simply use it here. So here we'll say process.env the key name. After this, we are going to replace with the user selected provider name, and then we have this message. Now for the text, this is nothing but the user input. So over here I will replace with the user input for now, and make sure to convert this complete body into a string. So we'll say json.stringify, and make sure to wrap like this. And then we are passing this body as it is with a post request, and then once you get the response, we are just consoling it. Inside the result, we'll say next response.json and pass this result. Okay, obviously I'm going to format this result in a moment, but we'll do in afterwards. Now let's go back to our workspace, and then inside the chat UI, when user click on this on send message, we need to make an API call. Before that, we need to get a AI model, okay, the user selected AI model, because inside our AI model option we are saving the name, but obviously as I say, right, you can save the hidden AI directly the name of this model, but for now if we are saving this name, we need to get this particular object. So simply we'll say AI model option dot find, and we'll say item dot name if matches with the assistant dot AI model ID, because inside the assistant from the database we have this column called AI model ID, and that field we need to match with the AI model options field. Once you get the AI model, then let's make an API call. So here we'll say constant await result Axios dot post API call. The endpoint will be API slash AI hidden AI model, and inside the body we are going to pass the provider. The provider will be the input, not input, but from the AI model dot hidden AI, and then user input will be the input. Okay, so whatever user enter, that input, then inside the console we'll get the result dot data. Let's save it and let's test this out. Now also make sure when you click enter, we need to remove whatever the text user enter, right? So we'll pass it as an empty string, and for the input we'll provide a value field as an input only, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's refresh it once. So obviously session was expired, so I just log in it again, select that any assistant. I will select this Gemini AI model only, and let's say hi. So right now we got error. It's saying component is changing uncontrolled because value is undefined. Okay, so over here maybe for this input you can provide the empty string value, so maybe that's the reason. Yeah, and click enter. Once you click enter, it will send a message. So inside the console, or maybe inside the network tab, let's try again, and if you see we have an hidden AI call, and we have preview, so it's saying unsupported media. That's weird, we'll fix that one. But if you see, this is the API endpoint and it's returning 200, but in payload you will see the two field which we are passing, the user input and the provider, right? Now this media type is unsupported because this is a text plain by default, right? So what you need to do inside the route, you need to simply update this header. So after the authorization, we are going to add one more field called content type. So here we'll say, or maybe we can add in a string content type, and we'll say application / JSON. Okay, and then save it. Now let's type something, and if you see, we got the response. Okay, now inside the response, here you will see the provider name, and inside this provider name field we have the how much it cost, the generated text. Okay, so this is the dummy response it generated obviously, and then we have the list of messages and then usage as well. Now it's up to you whether you want to keep the history or you don't want to keep the history. Okay, but once you get the response, we are going to restructure that response, and then we are going to send back. So inside the response is equal to, I will simply going to write the role which is the assistant, and then inside the content we will simply pass as a result the provider name dot generated text, so this one. Okay, and then this response we are going to return. Perfect. Now inside the console obviously you will see this response. So once we'll say hello, click enter, and once we get the response, you will see inside this console with the role and the content. Perfect. Now next thing, as soon as you get the response, we need to display it, and before that we need to save this in one state. So inside the chart UI, we'll create a new state called constant. We'll say messages comma send messages is equal to use state, and the empty block. Now once user click on this send message, we are going to add send message, and inside that we add a role as a user because user is sending message, and then the content. So content will be nothing but the input. Now over here I think we need to change this little bit, so because we have to keep the previous message as well, right? So we'll say previous value, and then we'll say dot 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 previous, and inside this we'll add this. Okay, now so basically we need to add like this, and I think its type is undefined, so let's define the type. So here we'll say type message is equal to, and inside that we'll say role, type string, and content is of type string. And then for these messages we'll say message of list of messages, and then we don't have any error. Perfect. And then save it. Now once we have the result, right, then also we are going to add that. So simply we are going to set the messages, all the previous messages. So we'll say dot 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 previous message, comma, the new response, which is result dot data. Perfect. Okay, this set input you can obviously add it here, or you can just clear it as soon as you get the message, right? So here we say constant user input is equal to this particular input, and then we'll set the input as empty. Okay, and here we'll set the user input, so that as soon as you click enter, it will clean that our input immediately. Okay, so if I type hello, enter, and boom, see, it's gone now. And then in the response we'll get the result as well. Now once you have the list of messages, you don't need to show this empty state. So we'll simply add if messages dot length greater than or is equal to 0, then only we want to show, otherwise we don't want to show this empty state. Now if I refresh the screen, now very first time it will display it, but as soon as I start entering the message, then it gone. Okay, now let's display these messages as a chart bubbles. So simply first we'll add a div, and inside this div we'll use this message dot map. Inside that we'll say message comma index and the arrow function. Here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add a key as a index, and then again we'll add one more div. Okay, now make sure we'll add some condition over here. Okay, let's first display the message one by one, and then we'll add some style. Now we'll add one more div because we want to add some images as well, and inside this we'll add the message dot content. Okay, and then save it. Now if you see, this is the first message which I sent it, or means user sent it, and this is the response from the AI. Now this message we want to send on the right hand side. Okay, we want to keep this on the right side. So simply for this div we'll say a class name, then we'll make it as a flex, and then we'll add a condition. So let me put it in a curly braces, and in the dollar sign we'll say if message dot role is equal to assistant, or maybe let's say user. Okay, then we'll say justify in, otherwise we'll say justify start, and then save it. And if you see, now this is the AI generated, so it's coming showing on left, and this is it will show on the right hand side. Perfect. Now for this particular div we'll add a class name, we'll add a padding to 3, then we'll add some background. So let's add a background, or depends on the condition we can add it actually. So let me bring this in a curly braces, and then we'll add if in dollar sign message dot role is equal to user, then we'll say a background gray, let's say 200. Okay, and text should be a black. We'll make a rounded border, so we'll make rounded large, otherwise we'll add a background gray, let's say 50, or let's say 100 for now. Okay, 50, and the text will be black only, and then save it. And this is how it looks. See, this is the message from the user, and this is generated from the AI. Now we also need to give some gap. So for this flex, we'll add a gap to, let's say, 4. Our gap is not working because we are giving to incorrect div. So basically we can give margin bottom to, let's say, 1. I think let's give some more. Perfect. Then let's add a rounded corner. So we'll say a rounded large. So now if you see, we have this corner for both of them, and for this one we want to show this assistant image. So in order to show this assistant image, just above this div we'll add an image tag, and inside this image tag we'll show a source from the assistant. So I hope you have this assistant, and then we'll show assistant.image. Then in alt tag we'll say assistant only, and we'll give width, let's say 100, height to 100, but we'll give a class name, and inside the class name we'll give width to 30 pixel, height to 30 pixel. Then we'll make a rounded full and object cover. Now this image we only want to show when the role is assistant. So here we'll say message.role is equal to assistant, then only show this image. Okay, and save it. And I don't know, it's still loading, and if you see, it's showing, but we want this in one line. So basically for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, gap of, let's say, 3, and I think that's all we needed. Perfect. See, now we'll say new message, click enter, and now obviously it's loading and we are getting result, and boom, we got the result from the AI. But when it's loading and getting the message from the AI, we need to show some kind of loading indicator. So for a loading, I'm going to simply add the lucid icon, and we'll give the Tailwind CSS animation to that. So basically when there is a loading, maybe over here you can add a h2 tag, okay, and make sure nothing get changed on this side. I think everything is as it is, but along with that one we'll say if loading is true, we will define the loading. Here we'll show the loader icon, and for this one we'll add animate spin. Okay, now when we are fetching the data from the API, we're gonna show the loading. So let's define the loading first, is equal to use state. Initially we'll make this as a false, and then when we send a message we'll set the loading as a true, and once it is finished we'll set the loading as a false and save it. Okay, so let's do the simple hack. So over here I'm going to add another role with an assistant, and the content will say loading. Okay, and once we add it, okay, for this one is for temporary only. Once we get the result, so we'll remove this last item. So over here I will remove this console now, and we'll say set the messages. We'll say previous message, previous dot slice the last message. So we'll say 0, -1, and then we'll add the new one. Cool, right? Also we have to make sure this loading is only applicable to the last element. Okay, when user, obviously last element every time will be the user who's sending the message, right? So here we'll say and simply we'll say messages dot length, if it's greater than is equal to we'll say index dot -1 is equal to index, then only we are going to show that. Okay, let's save this and let's test this out. So right now let's say hi, and boom, if you see, we got the loading, and then once we get the result, the loading is gone. Just make sure we'll keep this in one line, so I will just make this as a flex and gap of 2. We'll say, now let's say hello, and then we have the loading, and then we have the result. Cool, right? So that's how you need to add this quick and simple hack. Now another important thing, if I type a message, we are getting the response, right? If I type another, we are getting response, but this response is going behind this and going down and down. So we need to add some scroll. So for these messages, maybe to this one we'll add a class name, and over here we need to define some specific height, let's say 75 vertical height, and then we'll say overflow scroll and save it. Let's see how it looks. So right now if you see, now you can able to scroll it. Perfect, right? Just instead of 74, let's make it 70. Instead of 75, I will make 74, little above this one, so that user can have option to scroll it. And now if you enter it, right, you can scroll this. Now another issue over here, if you start typing the message, right, here first we need to disable once the response is getting loaded, right? And another thing over here, once you get the response, you have to scroll it manually in order to see the response, and that we have to fix it. So for that one, first we'll define one reference. So we'll say scroll reference, I will say chart reference. Chart reference is equal to use reference. Make sure to import, and I will put the type any, and the initial value I will set it as a null. Now go to the div, here we'll attach that reference, so we'll say chart reference. Okay, now over here we'll define the use effect. Now this use effect only execute when there is a change in the message. So when the message list changes, this use effect will get execute, and simply here we'll add a condition if chart reference dot current. If it's present, then simply we'll say chart reference dot current dot scroll top is equal to scroll chart reference dot current dot scroll height. Okay, so this need to be a height with a H capital, and then save it. Now it will automatically scroll to the scrolling height, and let's type something now. So once you start entering multiple message, you will see it automatically scroll, and you don't need to scroll manually. See, perfect, right? Another thing, once loading is true, we have to disable the button and the input. So basically when the loading, we'll disable this when the loading is true, and same thing I am going to add for this button as well. Now when we type it, you cannot enter anything, say, and then it's disabled, and perfect. And if you see, we have this scroll option as well. Now this scroll indicator will look different in a Windows operating system, and that's not look good. So you can even remove this scroll bar. Okay, now in order to remove, just search on Google scroll bar tailwind CSS, or we'll say no scroll bar, or a hide scroll bar. So this is the npm library in order to just hide the scroll bar using the tailwind CSS, and it's very easy. First make sure to install this library, and then once it install, you just need to add this plugin inside your tailwind.config.js file. So I will go to this tailwind.config. In our case is a ts file, and under this plugin we'll add this new plugin as well, and then you have to just write scroll bar hide. Okay, now inside the chat UI, where we have this div, to this div where we added the scroll, but we'll say scroll bar hide. Now if I go back, and if you see, now we don't have this scroll indicator anymore. Beautiful, right? So that's how you need to do. Now, when we switch this particular assistant, we have to make sure the message list get changed. So right now it's not changing, right? So make sure that it will get updated. So simply for that one, we are going to use another use effect, and this use effect will execute when there is a change in the assistant, or simply say change in the assistant ID only, because there might be a case when you change the model and obviously the assistant everything will get changed. So that's the reason I just added when the change in the assistant, then we'll set the messages with the empty value, okay, and then save it. Now if I change to James, see, it's gone. If I change to this one, it's gone, and then you can type, enter the message. Even though if you change something in the instruction and save it, it will not affect to your history, it will be as it is, but this is very important to clean it when you switch the assistant. Now in order to get the answer based on your AI generated content, we need to pass the previous AI generated information to the AI model. So that depends on that one, and our users input, the AI will give you the correct answer. So for that one, we need to pass this AI generated answer back to the AI in order to get the exact AI response. So for that one, I will go back to, so inside the chart UI, if you remember, we are passing this user input. So along with that one, we are going to pass the AI last response. So here we'll say AI response, and obviously in order to get a last response, you'll get from the messages, then here we say messages of messages dot length -2. The reason that or -1 I believe, because we want the previous or previous item, because obviously here we are adding the user input, so that's the reason. Okay, or let's make it 2 and then we'll test this out. Let's save this one and then go to our router of Eden AI model, and here we'll accept AI response. Okay, so obviously this AI response we are going to pass. So I will just copy this as it is one more time, but instead of role a user, here we'll change this to assistant, and the content will be AI response. Okay, now let's save this one and let's test this out. Now I will just refresh my screen once. Let's sign in, and then we'll navigate to this workspace. Here we'll select some assistant. I will also open the network tab and we'll say hi. Now if you see, it's generating the response for us, but over here if I go to this payload and the preview, we got an error. Okay, so that's where, so let's go to the console in order to see the actual error. Okay, so if I scroll down, you will see this generated text is not returning something, anything. Okay, so maybe what we can do, we can just go back to route. Here I will say optional field, and at very first time we might not have this AI response, so I'm not sure whether this is possible. So if the AI response is there, then only we'll get this. Okay, let's save it. And also one more thing, inside the chart UI, right here we are passing this one, so make sure to add this length with the operator and we'll see whether we are getting data or not. So over here we need to destructurize it, and then we have to write AI response. If AI response is there, then only add this. Also make sure inside this chart UI you will pass the content of from this object. Okay, not the complete object. Now if I go back and if I type at very first time, obviously we don't have AI response, so inside this payload you don't see any AI response, but next time you will able to see the input as well. So this is the user input, and okay, so obviously if you see this user input is showing the very previous one, so maybe from the route, let's go to, sorry, from the chart UI, instead of this one, let's try -1 and we'll see. And now perfect, see, and this is what we wanted. Okay, so this is the AI generated response we are sending, so that we are just making sure if user is asking question on the previous history, we can get answer to that one as well. Now in chapter 11 we are going to see how can we add the new custom assistant. Here we are giving option to the user that he can add his own assistant depend on his requirements, or after that we also going to save this user created assistant into the database. Also we have to make sure that user can choose from the existing assistant as well. So if you see this mockup, on the click of this button add new assistant, we are going to show a dialog where user have option to create a new one, okay, and he can fill some basic details or he can choose from the existing one as well, and on the click of add button it will get inserted to our database. Very straightforward. So first thing we need to do, inside this underscore component folder we are going to create a new file called add new assistant.tsx. Let's add a default template and then save it. After this we need to add a dialog component. So simply go to the shared CN, under this go to the dialog component and make sure to install. So I will copy this npm command and inside the terminal will execute it, so it will get installed. Once it is installed, you just need to import these statements and then we'll use this dialog component as well as it is, okay, and then save it. Now we want to open this particular dialog on the click of this add new assistant button, right? So we need to accept the children and we'll give a type any for now and then save it. Now these children I'm going to render inside this dialog trigger. If you want you can make this as a child and then save it. Now if I click on this add new assistant, obviously nothing will work because we need to add this particular button in or we need to wrap this button inside this add new assistant and it will be as a act like a child for this new assistant. Okay, so let's go to this assistant list where we have this add new list button. Over here I will simply add new assistant component and then we'll use this button over here and save it. Now if I click on this, you will see the dialog will get open. Let me refresh this once and if you see the dialog is open now. Perfect. Now let's go to this add new assistant component and I will just update the dialog name. Here we'll say add new assistant. Inside this description, first I will add a div. Inside the div we need a two div, okay, one div for the, or let me add a class name, will add a grid column 3. Out of this 3 column will assign 2 column to this particular grid. So here we'll say column span 2 and then save it. So here we'll say list for example, and over here we have this form. Okay, if I save this one you will see list and form, but this dialog is too small, and also make sure this as description has mentioned as a child. Now in order to increase the size of this dialog, go to this dialog component. Inside this, if you go to this content, here you need to change this maximum width. So I will change this to, let's say, 3XL. So it will change this size, see, and I think this is much better. Now let's go back again to this add new assistant, and for this div, we'll add a margin top to 5. Now first we'll add a button in order to add a own assistant. So we'll say a button, we'll say add create new assistant, create new assistant. Okay, now after this button we can add a variant, we'll say a secondary. Also the size I will give it as a small, and inside the class name we'll say width as a full. Also small, this need to be a string, and make sure for this both the column will give some gap, so I will add a gap of 5. Now for this particular div, for now let's save this one, and if you see we have this button as well. I will also give little more margin from the top. Oh sorry, so after giving this, here we give margin top to 5. Perfect. Okay, now next thing, we wanted to show the list, and if you see from the existing information we can show this particular list. Okay, very straightforward. So again here we'll add a div. Inside the div, here we'll say AI assistant list dot map. We'll get the each of this assistant comma index and the arrow function. Inside the div, first we'll show the image. So inside this source we'll add assistant dot image. Width I will give 150, not 150, but here we'll give width, let's say 60, height to 60. Give alt tag as a name of the assistant. Then we'll add a class name, we'll give width to 30 pixel and then height to 30 pixel. We'll also give object cover and then rounded large, and save it. And if I go back, you will see this list. If you want, you can increase this size little bit, so let's make it 40. And for this particular div, we'll add a class name, margin top to, or let's say margin bottom to 1. Perfect. Let's make it 2, and also we want to give some padding, so we'll say padding to 2. On hover we want to add some background, so background gray, or let's say background secondary. Okay, so whenever we hover on this one, you will see this background. I think the height, the padding is too much, or let's give some padding only. Okay, perfect. Let's remove this for now, and for this div we'll add a margin top to 2. Perfect. Now next thing, we want to show the title. So inside the h2 we'll just add assistant dot title. This title I will add text smaller, and text, or let's make it smaller only, and let's see how it looks. Perfect. Let's bring in one line. So here we'll make it flex, gap of 2, item to be in the center. Then we forgot to add a rounded corner, so here we'll add a rounded XL and then cursor pointer. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to add it. If you think you want to change the size, so I will make it 35 for these images, and extra smaller size of this one text as well. Now next thing, we can add a border. So for this div we can add a border right, and also make sure to add some padding. Okay, now if you see, we have this beautiful border, and on the left hand side we have option. Cool. Now on the right hand side we have the simple image, option to add the name, assistant, the drop down model, and the instruction text area. So this is the second div. Over here I will add another div. Inside that we'll add an image, then the source, and for now you can use any image. So if I go over here and let's go to the public. Here we'll use this bug fixer, for example, okay, as a default image. So just paste it here. And then we'll give alt tag assistant, width we'll say 150, height to 150. Then inside the class name we'll give width to 100 pixel and height to 100 pixel. Then we'll make a rounded corner, and also we'll add cursor, make it cursor pointer, doesn't matter because we want that, and but make sure to give object cover as well. Okay, and it's refreshing, and this is how it looks now. Obviously on the right hand side we'll add the inputs. So over here inside the div we'll add the first input box. Inside that we'll add a placeholder, and then we'll say the name of assistant. Okay, then we'll add another input. Here we'll say title of assistant, and then inside the div we'll add a class name flex gap of 3, and for both of this input, right, you can add a width to 4. Okay, and then save it. And once it and if you see it's getting appeared, obviously we want it as a column, so we'll make flex column. Now for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, and we'll give gap to 5. Okay, so it will appear on the top. For this top div as well you need to provide the width full, so this will stretch to the complete width. Oh my bad, so we need to do for this one. Perfect. Okay, now next thing, if you see in this mockup we have an option to select the model. Now we already use this drop down model, right, drop down for the models, so you can directly copy that and paste it here. So before that, basically we want to show the name of the assistant when user click any of this assistant as well. So basically what I am going to do, I am going to maintain the selected assistant comma set selected assistant is equal to use step. Okay, and here the type is assistant, and when user click on any of this assistant we'll add an on click method, and simply we'll set the selected assistant with an assistant value. Then for the input, right, we are going to add on change method which will emit the event, and then we'll write a method on handle input change. Okay, obviously it will take a field and the value. Now field name in this case will be the name, and the value will be the event dot target dot value. Now let's create this method which will take field comma value and then the arrow function. Now inside that we'll simply set the selected assistant with the previous value along with the new field and their respective value. Okay, now give the field as a string and value as a string. Here for the previous you can give a type assistant, or let's give as any, I'm not sure why it's giving error, but once you provide it the error is gone, and save it. So what will happen, even though if you type in some input, right, it will update this selected assistant to value as well. So this is very important. And then over here you can provide the value. So the value will be from the selected assistant dot name. Over here the value will be selected assistant dot title, and then save it. Perfect. Now if I go to this assistant, if I select any of the assistant, you will see it get changed immediately. Okay, same thing you have to do for this one as well. Now for this image here we'll just show this assistant, the selected assistant dot image. Okay, but by default we don't have the image. And here we are getting properties. So over here we'll say if selected assistant dot or we'll say selected assistant and okay, if it's not there then don't show it and save it. Obviously at very first time you might not see the assistant. Let me refresh the screen, go to this add new assistant. If you see, it's not showing. So the another way that you can show the default value or empty value is by providing the some default value to the selected assistant. So in this case, let's say you can add bug, what is this name of the bug fixer .avif, then you can add a name empty, then the title as empty, then we have the instruction as empty, id will add a 0, then you have the sample question which is array, and then user instruction as empty. Okay, so this default value I added to this selected assistant so that if there is no value, you will get some default value. And now if I open this add new assistant, you will see the default value and an option to add this name of the assistant. But if I select any of this one, say, okay, the value and everything will auto populate. Perfect. Now in order to get this drop down, let's simply go to this assistant setting where we use this selector, right? So I will copy this as it is, or let's copy everything, complete div, and inside this add new assistant I will add that. Now make sure to import this select, the import for the select component, and we have this error. So over here we'll say selected assistant. Okay, so we don't have a model ID, so let's define the model ID as well. Okay, we'll define in a moment, but make sure to import this AI model. And for a model ID, actually we did not added that over here, so we'll say AI model ID. Okay, I will make this field optional and we'll add the string, and inside this now you can have option to add the model ID as well. Perfect. So we just updated this assistant model, or sorry, the interface, and I think we are good. And if I save this one, let's go back, and I don't know whether it's not refreshed. Let's refresh it. Also make sure we give the margin top. Perfect. So I will click on this add new assistant. Okay, so it's coming over here. Okay, that's weird because I think we added by mistakenly inside this div. So basically we need to put it outside of this div, and then we have the model, and if you see we have this drop down as well. So whichever you select, it will get saved inside this selected assistant state. Okay, perfect. Next thing, we need to add a text area. So here we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add a h2 tag. I will just copy this h2 tag to keep the same typography, and inside that we'll say instruction. Now to this one we'll add a text area. Here inside the placeholder, here we'll say add instructions, and then inside the value field we'll simply add selected assistant dot instruction, user instruction, sorry. On change we'll simply call handle on change event, or on handle input change. It will take a field will be the instruction or user instruction actually, and then value will be the event dot target dot value. One more thing, for this text area we'll add a class name, and we'll add a height of 200 pixel and save it. And right now it's still updating. Let's add margin top. So over here we'll add a class name margin top to 5, and then now once you user add everything, we're gonna add two buttons. So here we'll add a button, one to cancel and other button to save. I will say add. We'll add a flex gap of 5 and we'll make justify end all of them. Okay, and make sure to give margin top to 10. Perfect. For this cancel button, I will make a variant as secondary, and for this add button I will keep as it is. Perfect. Now if I select any other, you will see we have the instruction and everything getting populated automatically. But when we click on this create new assistant, we have to make sure we will show the new one. Okay, so basically for that, on the click of this add new assistant, so here we have this button, we'll say on click and simply we'll set the selected assistant as this value. Okay, so basically we'll keep this value over here. We'll say constant default assistant is equal to, and we'll paste it here so that we can use it, and here as well. This need to be a set selected assistant and save it. Okay, now if I click on this, so if I open this and then if I click any other, or sorry, click add create new, we'll see empty state. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to do it. Now what if you want to change the avatar of this particular assistant? That also we are going to implement, and that we're gonna keep it as simple as it is. So simply go to the chat section and search for the component called popover. If I click on this one, this is how the popover will open. If you don't install before, make sure to install this, and once it is installed, this is how you can use it. It's quite easy. First we'll import these statements, and then we're gonna use it. So we'll copy this, and on the click of this image we want to display all the options, right? So this is our image, not this one. So this is the first column. I will just close this one, and this is the second column. Okay, so for that one I am going to create a different component and we'll keep inside that. So here we'll say assistant avatar.tsx. We'll add a default template, and inside that I'm going to add this popover. I think we import the statement inside this particular component. I will just remove it from here and we'll paste it inside this assistant avatar. Now in assistant avatar we need to get the children. So basically we'll define a children with of type any, and inside this add new assistant I will add assistant avatar, and we'll add this particular image. Okay, now if I go to this assistant avatar, we just want to make sure that on the click of that image we'll open this popover, and let me show you the demo. So if I click on this one, see the popover get open. Perfect. Now on this popover we want to show the list of all the avatar. So obviously that one we can get it from our existing AI assistant value. So basically first I will add a div over here, then we'll say AI assistant list dot map. Here we'll say assistant dot index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll simply add an image source, and inside that we'll add assistant dot image. Inside the alt tag we'll say assistant dot name, and let's add width, height, and then inside the class name we'll give width to 30 pixel, height to 30 pixel, border, not border but rounded corner, so we'll say rounded, large, and object cover. Okay, also for this div we need to show it in the form of grid, so we'll say grid column 5 gap to 2 and save. Now if I go back and if I click on this one, okay, so I think it's not refreshed, and if you see we got these beautiful options. Perfect. Make sure to provide the key as an index so you will not get any error. And save it. Now on the click, okay, make sure to add a cursor pointer, okay, and on the click of this one we want to send back the selected image. So basically here we'll say on click and we'll add a handle, or we'll just say selected image, and for the selected image we'll pass assistant.image. Now just pass this selected image back to this add new assistant and it will accept over here, and then we're gonna simply call on handle input change method. Inside that the field name is image and the value will be the value which we are going to accept, and I'm going to simply pass to this one and make sure the value is of type string and then save it. Okay, now if I change this to this one, see it's changed. Cool, right? That's pretty cool. So that's how you need to update, guys. Now once everything is set up, we'll write one new method called constant on save, make sure it's on save, and then arrow function. Now over here obviously we need to save the information, but we'll check if the selected assistant dot name is not equal, is not, means if name is not there, or if selected assistant dot title is not there, or selected assistant dot instruction, user instruction is not there, then we'll simply return empty, and then we're gonna also show message please enter all details. Okay, otherwise we're gonna simply save it. So in order to save it, we already have the function call inside this user AI assistant call insert selected assistant. Now over here this is a mutation and it will insert the assistant, as you know that, right? We use it when you select the multiple assistant, but here make sure you pass it as a array, because that's how we are mapping and then we are inserting one by one. So first let's define that mutation. So we'll say convex add assistant is equal to use mutation, and inside that we'll say API dot user AI assistant dot insert selected assistant. Now inside with the help of this add new assistant, we'll say constant result is equal to await add new assistant, and we need to provide a records. Okay, now make sure you will provide inside this square braces and then selected assistant, okay, like this, and then you need to provide the user ID. Now user ID you need to make sure you'll get it from your user context. So here we have the user is equal to use context and auth context, and once you have user information, that user ID you can pass it using the user underscore ID. Make this as async and then make sure to set the loading state. So here we'll define a loading comma set loading is equal to use state. Make sure to initialize as a false. Once you start it, we'll set the loading, we'll set it over here, and otherwise once we have the result, we'll set the loading as a false. And we also show the toast message new assistant added. And if you want, because if you remember inside this assistant list we are fetching the new assistant by providing the assistant value as a null, right? So that same technique we are going to use. This is kind of shortcut kind of thing that you can just use this. Okay, and here we'll say set the assistant as a null, as simple as that. Now once we have the result, obviously we'll get the information, and let's see everything perfect. Now once we define the loading over here, I will define whenever there is a loading, we'll define the loader icon, and here we'll add a class name animate spin, we'll add a condition and save it, and make sure we'll disable this button when the loading is true. Now if I click on add new assistant and fill the details, so over here we'll say Instagram hashtag generator. Okay, so title this one, we'll say Jackman. The model, you can use any model, and here we'll say generate Instagram hashtag depends on my topic. Okay, and then once you click on add, I think we forgot to add on click method, because we need to call this on save. So here we say on click, and make sure to call this on save method. Okay, and if I call add button, if you see, we have this beautiful loader, and boom, we got the toast message saying new assistant added. Now if I go back to our assistant, here you will see the new assistant called Jackman. Okay, obviously it don't have sample question anything, but most important thing, it has the user instruction and all the basic details. Now if I close this window, let's close this one and let's refresh this, and you will see the new assistant. Here we have this Jackman. Perfect. And now you can start getting answer from your assistant. Obviously anytime if you want to edit anything, you can edit from here. If you want to delete this, you can just delete it as well. So this particular error is because the image property is missing. You can just add a condition, it's not a big deal. Also we have to make sure as soon as you add this assistant, we want to close this dialog on the cancel button as well. So basically it has a method called dialog close, I think, yeah, dialog close. Okay, and just wrap this and save it, and if I cancel this, I don't think so it's getting, yeah, it's getting cancelled. See, okay. Also you can even add the existing assistant like this and click add, and once you add it, it will get added. Obviously somehow it is not to get refreshed immediately, we'll figure it out, or you can later on you can access from my source code, and then here we have. Now another important thing, whenever you add any new assistant, if you want that at the top of the screen, you just need to add order by inside your user AI assistant function. So when you get this all the assistant, you can just add dot order, then here you need to provide the whether it's descending or ascending, and then and save this, and let's see how it looks. If I refresh it, you'll see the newly added is on the top now. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. Now until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now we are going to move to the chapter 12, where we are going to show user account information along with the payment plan, where we mainly focus on displaying the user information. Then we are also going to add the token usage, how many token user use, and then the plan information if user want to upgrade the plan. And this is quite easy to integrate because we already have the user account name and everything. So on the click of it, we want to open the option where one option is for the go to the account, or another is to log out. So simply we are going to use a shared CN component, and for that one I'm going to use this drop down menu component from the shared CN, where you will see these options. Okay, so first we'll install this one. So let's copy this, and inside the terminal we'll paste it here. And next thing, you need to copy this import statement, and inside our main, then workspace, and inside the component of the assistant list where we have this user profile information, right? That's where we are going to add. So basically, let me go down, and over here we need to add this because that's where we are defining some details, right? So for now I will, okay, this is the import statement, so we'll add this, and just copy this example, and then at the bottom we'll paste it here. Now if you see, this is the drop down trigger which will open the drop down. So inside this we are going to simply add this complete div, okay, and make sure to mark this as a child, so you will not get that any warning messages. And over here if you see, we have this separator, and if you want to see the example, so if I go over here, you will see this account, and then we have some examples. Okay, so let's keep this account, and here we'll say profile, and then below that we'll say logout. I don't want this option, so I will just remove it and make sure to save it. Now if I go back to our application, and on the click of this one, so somehow it's not working. Okay, now if you see, we have these two options. One is profile, another is logout. Now anytime if you want to add some icon, you can add that one as well. So basically if you want to add icon, let's say profile, I don't think so there is a profile, or let's say user, I think this is user circle 2, will add it. And for this one, let's add a logout. So we have different option for logout. Let's use this one and save it, and then you will see the option. Okay, so yeah, after refresh you have these two options. Okay, beautiful. To this content, I'm going to provide this width to 200 pixel, so that you will see now we have little bigger width to that one. After this, now next thing, on the click of this profile, we want to open the dialog, and on this dialog we want to show the mockup like this. So let me go to this canvas, and over here if you see, we have this option where at the top we are going to show basic information, then the token usage, okay, how much token they use, the current plan information, and then option to upgrade the plan. If user is on free plan, then we are going to show this pro plan information as well. Okay, whether user have option to upgrade it, and then he can start membership. So for that one, we are going to create a new component, and inside that we'll say profile.tsx. Let's add a default template, and inside this we want to add a dialog. So we already installed the dialogs, just we'll import this statement, and after that this is the dialog. So we'll copy this, and then we'll simply paste it here. Okay, now here we need to remove this trigger, and we want to open this dialog, depends on the condition. So here we'll say open, and then we're gonna accept the parameter, we'll say open dialog, and this one is of type boolean, so I will put it here, and we'll say a type boolean. Okay, I think we need to pass like this only, and then save it. Now inside this assistant list, maybe outside of this drop down, we can add this profile icon, but don't forget to pass the value, which is nothing but this open dialog. Okay, so it will be true or false, depends on the condition. If we make this as a true, so maybe we need to pass like this, I'm not sure why it's not accepting. And inside the profile, let's make it any for now, and once you save it, right, let's refresh this. Let's refresh the screen, and if you see, because we directly mark it as a true, that's why it's showing that particular dialog. But we want to handle this open dialog on the click of this drop down menu item. So simply for that one, I'm going to define a state, and which nothing but open, and here will open profile, comma set open profile is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, but when user click on the profile item, here we'll say on click, and we'll set the open profile to true. Now this open profile we're gonna pass to this particular profile and save it. Now if I go back and click on this, if I click profile, then only it will open this dialog, and on this dialog now we are going to show the user profile information. So let's go back to the profile, and here we need to get the user information, so that you can get it from the user is equal to use context and then use auth context. Now once you have the user information, we don't need this dialog title, so I will keep it as a empty. You can keep it like this only, I'm not sure. Then inside this description at the top, I will add the user image, so we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll again add another div. Here I will mark it as a child, and here we'll add an image tag, the source, and the arrow function. Inside that we'll say user dot picture, alt tag will say user, width let's give 150, height to 150, and then inside the class name we'll give width to 80 pixel, height to 80 pixel, and then we'll make a rounded corner which is full, and then save it. Now on this one it's not yet updated, but over here you will see the user profile icon. It's little bit bigger, so I will make this to 60. After this I will add one more div, and maybe we can create inside this one only, and here we'll add the name of the user. So in h2 tag we'll say user dot name. Also along with that one I'm going to add the email ID. For this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, and for this name we'll add a class name, we'll say text gray, let's say 500, and save it. Okay, and let's bring this in one line. So we'll not to this div, but for this div we'll add it flex gap of 4 item to be in the center. Perfect, right? Here I will make text large, so little bit bigger text. After this we want to show how many usage for the token, so we'll add a horizontal line just after this div, or you can add a separator. I will add a margin y to 3, I think that's good, and then we'll add another h2 tag in order to show the token usage. So here we'll say token usage. Now obviously we're gonna implement the token usage and how it works and everything. Okay, so depends on the response, we're gonna count the number of words and then it considered as the number of token usage. Okay, that we will see in a moment. Then after this token usage I will give 0/0, which show the out of how many token you use kind of thing, and then we want to use a progress bar. So in order to use a progress bar, the ShatCN has a component called progress, so that progress bar component we are going to use. So make sure to install this first, and after installation this is the simple way that you can use this progress bar. So simply I will import that, make sure to import this progress from the import statement, save it, and then here you will see the progress bar as well. Beautiful, right? Here obviously we'll add some style, so we'll add a class name, we'll make font bold, then for this div we'll add a flex column and we'll give gap of 2, so some equal space between each of them, and after this I will add one more text, we'll say h2 tag and we'll say current plan. Okay, and inside the span tag it will show whether it's a free plan or not, right? So we already have the option whether user dot if order id is there, then it's a free plan, otherwise pro plan. This is need to be a question mark, okay? And for this h2 tag we'll make it flex, and but we'll do justify between and save it, something like this. See, now next thing, we'll make this font bold, but for this span tag, let me bring this down. I'm going to add a class name. Here we'll make a padding to 1, background to gray 100, and we'll make rounded corner as well and save it. So let's add padding x to 2, and this is how it will look like. If you don't want the font to be bold, so you can mention the font normal to this particular text. See, and this need to be different, the opposite condition. If there is no order ID, then it will show free plan, okay? Otherwise it will show pro plan. And also I'm going to increase the size and will give the margin as well. So here margin top to 3, and for this h2 tag we'll say text larger. Perfect. And at the last, as per this particular screenshot which I refer from the another website called AI Base, so on this one we are going to add simple option to upgrade to the plan, okay? So let's add that too. So we'll add another div. In that div we'll add h2 tag, we'll say or let's add another div, and inside this we'll add this h2 tag. Here we'll say pro plan and number of tokens. So I will say let's make it 500,000 tokens, okay? And save. Let's bring this again in another div because we want to show another text on the right hand side, and here we'll say how much it cost, okay? So $10 per month, and save. If I go back, so this is how it looks, but we need to style it obviously. So for this top div we'll add a class name, we'll add padding to 4, we'll also add a border, we'll make this rounded XL and save it. Then for this pro plan we'll add a class name, font bold, text larger, and for this as well I'm gonna add same styling. Perfect. Now let's bring everything in one line. So for this div we'll make it class name flex and justify between. Beautiful, right? Next we'll add a horizontal line, and we'll give a class name margin y to 3, and then we're gonna add an option to upgrade the billing plan. Now we'll simply add a button and we'll say upgrade, and we'll say here $10, okay? Here if you want to add an icon you can add that. So let's say wallet icon, and save. Okay, now this will be the simple button. If I go back, this is how it will look like. Just give the full width to be full and save it. Perfect. Okay, so that's how our account page will look like, simple and clean. If you want to add a close button at the bottom, you can add that too. So maybe in this div I will add dial dialog close component, and inside this we'll add a button. We'll say cancel this button. We're gonna add a variant as secondary and save it. Okay, obviously we give some margin. So for this div we'll add a class name, margin top to 5, and we'll make it flex. We'll make justify end, so it will be on the right hand side. If you can click cancel to this button, somehow not get cancelled. That's interesting. Let me refresh the screen. So okay, so make sure you will add this optional operator field, because your user did not get loaded, right? So here make sure to add this optional field, optional operator field. So I click on this profile, you will see this option. So this is a hydration error, that's fine. And on the click of the cancel button, somehow it's not working. That's weird. So let's see what is the issue. So if I remove this and if I click cancel, still it's not working. Oh, so the reason is we are manually triggering this open dialog, right? So this dialog close will not work for this one, I believe. So basically you need to provide on click and then you will say open dialog. So maybe this will work. So I don't know why it's still not working, but let's set it open dialog to false, and then once you set it, you need to set and pass the value as well. Okay, but let's do one thing. Let's remove it for now because we already have this close button, so no worry to do. So in order to close the dialog, you need to set the on open change. Here we'll say set dialog or set open dialog, and this we're gonna pass back, and inside this assistant list we'll set the open dialog to open profile. Okay, and save it, and let's test this out. So if I refresh the screen, so over here this need to be a set open profile. Okay, so because we want to set the value, and if I go over here on close it, it's closed. Okay, so make sure to add that, and same thing you need to add for the cancel button as well. Now talking about the token usage, this is very important topic. That the question is how to calculate the how many token usage or token used by the user, right? Now whenever you open any of this particular one, right, and you send a message, let's say hi, right? When you send hi, you will get the response from the user. Now in that case, we are just going to calculate the number of character generated or number of words written by the user, and depends on that one we are going to update the user credits. Okay, now it's up to you whether you want to handle on the client side or the server side. It's always better to handle on the server side, but it's your choice. But for the simplicity purpose, we'll handle on the client side, and inside our database under the users, I'm going to we already have this credit option that we need to update with an actual credits. Now to update the token for the given user, right? So in this case user have only 5,000 token. Let's update that one. So when we generate the response, in that case we will update it. So let's go to the workspace, and under the components we have this chart UI, and that's where we are getting the response from the AI model, right? Now inside this we already have the information regarding the how many words generated. So here we'll say constant update user token and the arrow function, and that we are going to upgrade in the background. Okay, so we'll not wait for to upgrade that one. So over here we'll simply say I will accept the result, or will accept the response. Okay, is it of type string, and here we'll calculate the total token count is equal to, so here we'll say response dot trim, we'll remove all the spaces, dot split and inside that you need to add this where is this other arrow, oh this one, and then s plus, so we are just removing the extra space, dot length, otherwise it will show 0. Obviously here you need to add a condition, so here we will say response trip, if it's true then show the response. I don't know why this error is getting. So response dot trip does not exist on a type string. Oh, it's supposed to be trim actually, not trip, so make sure it's a trim, and even though you did not use, that's fine, and save it. And now once you get the token count, we'll console this token count for now, okay, and then we are going to update user token, okay, that we'll do in a moment, but before that we'll test this out. So we'll call this update token method. To this we'll pass the response dot data dot content, and this response we need to, okay, so this need to be a result actually, okay, and then save it, and let's test this out. So if I go back and inside the inspect panel, go to the console, and here we'll say hello, we'll click enter, and once we get the response you will see it returned the 67. It means it has the 67 words, and that 67 we need to deduct from the user token, okay. So for we'll go to the user convex functions, because we need to write a method to update the tokens. So simply here we'll say export constant update tokens is equal to mutation. Inside this it will take an arguments, so it will take two arguments, one which is the token arguments, okay, it is of type number, and another is the ID of the user. So here we'll say UID, which is v.id of the users table. Then let's add a handler async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function, and here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot patch, because we want to update it, and then here we pass the user ID from the arguments dot uid, and then the value which you want to update. So in this case we'll say credits with a token, okay, or here you can rename this to credits only and credits, okay. So I don't know, cannot find name, okay, so this need to be arguments dot credits, and then we'll return the result, which will just return the ID of the updated record. Now this updated token we want to use, so inside the chart UI make sure to import the mutation is equal to use mutation and define the API. So here we'll say API dot user dot update tokens. Now we already have the user token information, which you can get it from the user is equal to use context, and here we'll have auth context, right. So from here we'll get the user information. Just go below, and inside this under this update token we'll say constant result is equal to await update tokens dot dot, but here we need to pass the tokens, right. So the credits obviously we are passing. So now obviously credits will be calculated depends on the user dot credits minus token count, okay, and then we have another which is user ID, which we can get it from the user dot underscore ID. Now let make this as async, and inside the result we'll see whether we are getting the result or not, okay. But also make sure you will update your what we call it like context, right. You need to update your auth context in this case. So here we'll update the set user as well with the updated token value. So after this one we need to make sure you'll also update the token value. We'll say set user the previous value, then inside this we'll add dot 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 previous comma credits is equal to new credits, which is nothing but this one, and here I will type as any, and now, or you can type it as an assistant as well, and then we have this updated credits as well. Okay, let's save it and let's test this out. Now currently user have 5000 credits, and here I will say hello, click enter. Now after entering, it will return some response which as 67 count, but if I go back to our these credits, you will see it's updated to now 4933. Perfect. Now it's not only there, but you need to make sure inside your profile you will update this token usage over here. So basically inside your profile you are getting this user information, but you need to update over here. So we'll say user dot credits and save it. Now obviously you need to give the max value over here. So max value will be depends on whether it's on free plan or paid plan. So if user in free plan, so here we'll say if user dot order ID means user has subscription, then we're gonna show, let's say 10,000 as a maximum, and otherwise we're gonna show 15,000 as a maximum number, and then save it. Let's see how it looks. So somehow this is not taking min max value, so that's weird. Okay, let's do one thing. We're gonna calculate depends on how many percentage we want to show. Okay, and here as well we're gonna show it. So at the top I will just add a condition. Here we'll say constant max token comma set max token is equal to use state, and inside the use effect we want to set the value once we have the user information. Now over here we'll say if user dot order ID, if there we'll set the max token to, let's say 500,000. Okay, and it is of type number, so make sure it's a number. Otherwise else we'll set the max token to 10,000. Okay, now this max token once we set it, right, here we need to calculate depends on the logic. So first we'll say max token, and out of that how many user use, so user left, sorry, so we'll say credits my max token minus credits. So basically max token minus credit we need to define max token minus user credits. So this need to be a number and this need to be a number as well. So here it's saying possibly undefined. Let's define something over here. So right now I'm defining at 0, but once we have the updates then it will show the exact number, and then we have the max token as well. Let's test this all the scenario now. Okay, obviously we need to update the progress bar, but we'll do step by step. And if you see out of this 10,000 token, the 506 token is remaining. Oh, that's little bit weird. Say something like this. I think we need to update this logic. So basically here we just need to show the user remaining token, or let's use this user dot credits only, which show the remaining token only. Okay, because we're already doing the calculation, deducting and setting it at the final credits. So I think that's good. And then for the progress bar we need to divide these credits divided by max token into 100. And then it will show something like this. See, obviously it's near to 50%, so that's why it's showing 50%. You already use it. Let's test this out another way. So here we'll say hello, click enter, then it will send us some response. We'll say again hello blah blah blah, click add it, we got the response. Now if I go to this profile, you will see the token usage now increased to 4799. Okay, which is the same value to this one. Perfect. So that's how you need to add this token usage and update the token into your database as well. In chapter number 13, we are going to integrate the payment gateway. As you know that we are building a SaaS application, and each of SaaS application we need a payment gateway to be integrated so that user can use our service and subscribe to our service. And for that one, as per audience and users request, I am going to use the Indian's Razorpay payment gateway integration. Now, this Razorpay payment gateway integration are divided into three different parts. The first is we need to first create the subscription plan in the Razorpay dashboard, that I'm going to tell you how to do it. Then for each user request, we need to create the subscription ID, okay, which will be the unique for that particular user, and every time obviously it will change. And this subscription ID we need to generate on the server side, it means through the API. And then once we generate, then we need to make a payment through the Razorpay. So that's what we are going to look in this particular chapter. So first thing, let's go to the Razorpay.com, and this is one of the best Indian payment gateway which will also accept the international payment. It also provides the offer the UPI payment, so that's quite easy for all the Indians, and for other obviously you have the credit card and debit card option as well. Once you log in, just go to the Razorpay dashboard. Over here, once you are on the dashboard page, on the right hand side you will see that option called enable live mode. Now once you move this application to production, you can switch this to a live mode. But before that, let's create the first thing, which is the subscription plan. So go to the subscription option, and here you have option to create a plan. Okay, now I already have some options created, but we'll create a new one. Here you need to give the plan name. We'll say monthly AI assistant app. Okay, then you can add description. The billing frequency you can add when you want to charge, every 1 month or 2 months, and the amount. Here we'll say $7.99 per unit, and simply create this plan. Once the plan is created, you will see this plan ID. Now this plan ID is very helpful. Just copy this plan ID, okay, and later on we need this one. So I will just copy this and I will put it inside this environment variable. So over here we'll say Razorpay subscription ID, or we'll say plan ID, and we'll paste this one. Okay, now I will just make sure it will be okay. Let's keep it like this for now. And after this, go to this profile and click on your profile icon. In this case, we are going to fetch the API keys. Once you are aligned on this particular page, you will see an option called API key. Just click on that one, and here you will get the API key. Just copy this API key, or if you don't have, just create a new one. Once you create the API key, you will get the key ID and the secret key. Secret key will only visible once, so make sure to download or save it immediately. So I already added this Razorpay live key and the Razorpay secret key as well. Okay, so obviously it is in the test mode, so make sure you are also in the test mode only when you are doing some development. Now next thing we need to do is to create the subscriptions. Okay, so it will generate the subscription ID. So this is the API request that how to do it. Obviously you need to provide the key and ID, and you need to create the instance of the Razorpay, and then on the create subscription create method you can generate that particular subscription ID. Let's do it step by step. So first thing, I'm going to create a new API endpoint, and we'll call it as a create subscription. Inside this we'll say route.tsx file, and then add a default template. Oh sorry, not here, this is the post request. So here we'll say export async function post request, and it will be the next request type. Now before proceeding further, you need to add the Razorpay SDK. So for the command for this npm I Razorpay, and once you install, it will install the Razorpay SDK for you. Now as per documentation, first I will copy this as it is. Okay, so it is used in Node.js. We are obviously using in the Next.js. So here obviously we need to get data. So here we'll say data is equal to await request.json, and then paste this Razorpay. Make sure to import this Razorpay as well. So somehow it's not get imported. I will import it manually. Razorpay. Okay, and then you need to add your key, which is the key ID. So here we'll say process dot environment, and obviously from the environment variable we need to add that, which is our Razorpay live key, and then we also want to add the secret key. So secret key will be the Razorpay secret key. Okay, like this, and here I will say constant instance. Now after this, once you have the Razorpay instance created, I will just copy this example as it is, and then we'll paste it here. Now inside this, let's make this await, and over here we'll say constant result is equal to. Now when you create this subscription, you need to provide this plan ID. Now obviously we already have our own plan ID, so I will just replace this with our plan ID and add exclamatory mark, then custom notify 1. Okay, then quantity, here you need to mention quantity as a 1, and total count, which is how many months, so 12. Okay, so you don't need to provide the start at, you can just keep that one. If you want any add-on taxes, you can add inside this add-on, but we don't have, so I will just remove that. And if you have any note like user email, any information, you can add that one. I will keep like this so that you can see how it works. And at the last, we need to simply return the response. Okay, so here we will see return the result, as simple as that, and then save it. So that's how easily you need to implement it. Now right now we don't have any data, right? So I will just comment this out, because we already provide this plan ID and we only have one plan, that's the reason. But if you have multiple plan, then you have to pass a different plan ID in this case. Now let's make an API call to this particular API endpoint. So simply I will go to the main, and inside the AI assistant, inside the workspace, we have an option under the component called profile, and inside the profile we have button to make a payment, right? So here we'll add a constant, and inside that we'll say generate subscription ID, like this. And now let's say constant result is equal to await Axios dot, make sure to import Axios dot post, and then /API/create subscription, because that is the endpoint we created, right? And we don't have any data to pass, so I will just keep that, and we'll say async. Now we'll just console the result, so we'll say result dot data, and when you click on this generate subscription ID, obviously we need to maintain one state, which is a loading state. Initially it will be false, and when the loading is when you make the call, we'll say set loading to true, and once it's finished, we'll set the loading to false. Obviously when the loading is there, you need to show the loading icon. So here we'll say if loading is true, then we'll say loader icon, otherwise we'll show this one. Okay, then we'll add a class name, and we'll say animate spin, so that particular icon will spin. Let's save this one, and I think we need to make the call this method on the click of this particular button. So here we'll say on click and call this button. Also we'll disable this button when the loading is true, that condition I also added, and let's test this out. So I will just refresh this screen once and make sure everything is good. Go to the profile, and then we have this upgrade button. Click on the upgrade. Obviously we need to see the console, because inside the console we are writing that, right? So I will say upgrade, and if you see, we have this loading icon which is running, right? And also you can observe the network tab. Right now it's still pending, it's still creating the subscription for you, and now it's generated. So go to the console and boom. Obviously in test mode it will take some time of 3 to 4 seconds to generate this, right? But in production it's quite fast. Now over here, if you see, it's created a lot of different field along with this ID, and this is the ID which is quite important for us, which is a subscription ID. But you also have the short URL, and if I open this short URL, let's copy this short URL, and if I open over here, then it will ask you to make a payment as well, because this is the subscription ID, and if you see, it's asking me making a payment with that particular amount. Cool, right? But we want to open this particular checkout page inside our application and not outside, right? So now once we have the subscription ID, we need to create or make a payment. So let's go over here, and I will create a new method called constant make payment and the arrow function. Now this make payment will take a subscription ID which is of type string, and obviously once it is finished, I'm gonna pass over here, we'll say set. Okay, so here we'll say make a payment, and then we need to pass subscription ID, which we will get it from the result.data.id. okay, because inside the ID we have the actual subscription ID which is generated. Now inside the make payment we need to write some options. So here we'll say let options is equal to, and then we'll provide a key. Now key will be nothing but our live key, and we want to use on the client side. That's the reason I added this next_public and then Razorpay key. So this one we want to use. So we'll say process.env.key. Then the subscription ID. So here we'll say subscription_ID. Make sure the field name is correct, and then here I will replace with this subscription ID. Okay. Then the name, obviously this name is nothing but the name which is going to display it on the your checkout payment. So here we'll say Tube Guruji AI Assistant app. You can add a description if you want. Okay. After this, you can even add a logo. So here we'll say logo.svg, or you can simply provide the complete URL as well. And the most important, it will contain the handler which will return the result. It's a callback. Okay. So here we'll say response of type any, and the arrow function. Inside this you will get the response dot Razorpay underscore subscription, or we'll say payment ID as well, payment ID. Okay. It also get the subscription ID. So we'll say response dot, or just get the response first. Okay. So in that one you'll get all the value which is inside this particular response. Then now once you make user make a payment, you can also autofill the basic information like user name, email. If there is a contact, then contact as well. So here we'll say prefill, and inside the prefill we'll say name. Now obviously you can get the user name from this user. So we'll say user dot name. Then you can provide the email as user dot email. Okay. After that you can provide a note if you have any notes over here. So I will keep that empty for now, and you can also add the theme color, what theme color you want. So inside the theme you can provide the color. I will provide as a black color. So we'll say #000. Okay. And that's all you need to do. So make sure all the field name is correct. After that, with this option you need to make a payment. So simply I am going to add constant constant Razorpay, or we'll say RJP, is equal to new window dot Razorpay, and then we need to provide the options. After this, we need to add Razorpay dot open. Now here I will just add dash at the ts ignore, okay, and then save it. Now once you start making payment, okay, you might get error because we are using the window.razorpay. It means we need to load the Razorpay script inside this React Next.js application. So I already have code for that all. I will just import it. So inside the another use effect, I am creating a new script. Inside that I am loading this script called checkout Razorpay from the checkout.js file, and we'll say async true. On load I am just checking whether it's loaded or not, and then that's in the return we'll remove this script. Okay, so that's how easily you need to do. I will share this particular code with you as well, okay, so that you can easily add it. And let's test this out now. So let's go back to our application. Here I will refresh the screen and go to the profile, and if you see inside the profile now our script is loaded, and that's the reason it's saying as a true. We'll go to profile, click upgrade. Now it's showing the loader icon, and we got some error. Okay, so if you see over here, it's saying the process is not defined. So somewhere we missed something. So maybe this one, it's showing some error. So process.env, let's take this out again. That's weird. Or add this exclamatory mark as well. So let's refresh the screen. We'll go over here, profile, click upgrade, and we'll wait, and boom, if you see our Razorpay checkout is working, and our theme is also looking beautiful. At the top you will say currently in the test mode. That's completely fine. You can add the contact details. The email also auto populated. That's good. Click on the pay using the card, and here you need to add the card details. Okay, now inside the card detail, I don't know why it's showing the gray color, and over here inside the card number you can even add the testing card. So go to the Razorpay, just search Razorpay test card, and then you will get some card for testing, which is only used for the testing purpose. Okay, you can test Indian card, you can test international, you can test for the subscription card as well. Okay, so let's try this. So we'll use domestic subscription, and we'll go back. We'll add the card detail. You can add any expiry and add any CVV. You can save this card and click pay now. Once you click pay now, obviously you can skip this one. Okay, and here we are making the payment. I will just open the console panel later on. Okay, so it will asking me the OTP. So I don't know what is the OTP. So let's add 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and submit it. And right now if you see, it's saying payment successful. Now if I go to the inspect panel, and inside the console, in the response you will see the three important fields, which is one is payment ID, one is the signature, and another is Razorpay subscription ID. Cool, right? Now the most important thing, inside your dashboard you will see the change. So inside the subscription you will see all the subscription key created, along with which one is active, which one is expired, say over here. Also once the user make a payment, you will see the details inside this dashboard as well. See, perfect, right? And now once we have this payment information, we just need to save that into our user database, and then we have to make sure that you will also update the credit information. Now here I will just use this Razorpay payment ID. Okay, and obviously we need to save that one. This will be the payment ID, that's correct. So we already have the method to update the token, right? Here I will also accept one more value, which is order ID. Okay, so it is of type string obviously, but I am going to make this an optional field. Okay, not necessary that every time user have this. Okay, and if order ID is there, so here I will add a condition. If order ID is arguments dot order ID, if it's not there, then it will just update the credits. Otherwise, in else condition will also update the credits and the order ID with the arguments dot order ID. Okay, so we don't need to create a new method for that one, and you don't need to return anything. I think that will okay, and save it. Now in order to use this mutation, we'll say update user info, or we'll say update user order is equal to use mutation and then define that mutation. So here we'll say API, or make sure to import this API dot users dot update tokens. Okay, obviously we need to calculate the tokens as well. We will add that token, but before that, now once we define this mutation over here, if we will say if response is correct, okay, or we'll say response dot Razorpay ID, then only we'll make that call. So we'll say update user order. Inside this, we'll simply add the user ID first, so that we'll get it from the user underscore ID. Then we want to add the order ID. The order ID is nothing but this Razorpay payment ID. And the last, we want to add the credits. Now credits we need to calculate. So here we'll say user dot credits is equal to not equal to, sorry, plus we need to add 500,000, because that's what we are adding, right? So in that it will add that credits as well, and I think that's all we need to do. Here we'll make await, and then we need to mark this as async. So we'll say async function and then save it. And you can even show the toast message, thank you, credits added. Okay, and save it. So that's how simple it is. Now let's test this out, all the scenario. So I will go to this payment, go to the profile, we'll say upgrade. So right now obviously user in free plan only, because obviously we are not saving anything, but once you make a payment, then you will see the changes. Now here we need to add a card detail. In that case I will use different cards now. And pay now, we'll skip the OTP. Now it's making a payment, we'll wait to finish this. And now you will see an option, because we use different card and you can have option called success, failure. You can even check both the condition. Now I will say success. Let's click on the success, and boom, if you see, it's saying thank you, credits added, and not here, but obviously we got the information. Now if I go to the database, you will see in the database as well our credits increases. Cool, right? So that's how you need to add the subscription into your project. Okay, now if I go to this, or obviously you need to refresh this screen. Okay, so you will see now user has the pro plan. Now click on that one inside the profile. Now you will see the user's pro plan, and here obviously we have more than these tokens. Okay, so that's the reason it's showing this number of tokens, but just we'll just ignore this one. And now once user have the pro plan, here we need to add an option to cancel the subscription. So simply inside the profile, and over here inside this generate not generate, but for this complete div, we'll add an option. If user dot order ID is not there, okay, then only we need to show this div. Otherwise we need to show a button to cancel subscription. Okay, and we'll close this tag as well, and here we'll say add a class name, margin top to 5, width to full. Here as well we want to add margin top to 4 and save it. Now obviously user have the pro plan, and now here you will see the cancel subscription button. I will just change this variant to secondary, okay, something like this, see. And once user click on cancel subscription, you need to make another API call. You will find that inside the Razorpay documentation, how to cancel the subscription and everything that you can also implement. And if you see, this is the cancel subscription option, that you just need to pass the subscription ID and then you need to cancel it. Obviously here if you see, we need to pass the subscription ID. Obviously without that you cannot cancel it. It means instead of saving the payment ID, or here you need to save the subscription ID, so that will be quite easy for you. So I will just make that change quickly. So from next time I'm going to pass the Razorpay subscription ID, okay, in order to cancel that particular subscription. So this need to be only subscription ID, subscription underscore ID, okay, and then save it. In order to make a cancel the subscription, you just need to simply create another API endpoint, okay. And over here obviously this is the post API call. You need to pass an ID to the subscription ID which you want to cancel, and then pass that ID. That's all you need to do, so that you can implement on your own. If you face any issue, you can contact me anytime. I will add this particular implementation in my source code, which you will get it on tubegurji.com, okay. tubegurji.com is the site where you will get the exclusive access to the courses, source code, and many more options. In a few days I'm going to launch all new TubeGurji Pro application, where you will find more features. So join it now under $9, otherwise you may need to pay extra more bucks, okay. So guys, that's all for this particular chapter. If you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Now when the user token is finished, or when user token is 0, then that time we need to make sure user cannot able to enter any value or send any message, right? And for that one we need to disable these two buttons. So simply go to the workspace components, where we have this chart UI. Here make sure that you are already fetching the user information, and if I go down to this input, we'll disable this. Along with the loading, we'll say if user dot tokens, or sorry, credits is less than equal to 0, then you have to disable this, okay. And same thing I'm going to copy, we'll paste it here for this button as well, and then save it. So next time whenever user enter some value, right, and once user finish the token, then user will not able to type it again and send any message. Also I added the logic for this cancel subscription, where I created a new API endpoint called cancel subscription. Inside here make sure to initialize the Razorpay, and then simply I added instance subscription cancel and then subscription ID, which you need to pass it through the post body request. And after that, if I go to the profile, where we just call that particular method called cancel subscription, and this is the method for that one. Now this is the last chapter, which is chapter number 14, in which we are going to deploy our application to a production mode. With the help of Vercel, which is free to deploy our application on the cloud, and we're gonna also learn how can we deploy the Convex, the hidden AI in a production mode along with the Razorpay. So first thing, we are going to push all our code to a GitHub. Now for this particular application, I already added this landing screen, simple and easy to use. So obviously you will get this access to of the source code of the landing screen and complete application source code on the tubegurji.com site, or you will find the link in the description. Now simply first let's go to the github.com. If you don't have an account then create a new account, then click new because we are creating a new repo, and here we'll give the name. So we'll say personal AI assistants. After this, you can make it public or private and then simply create repo. After this, you need to set the remote origin of the GitHub repo to your application. So first we'll initialize the Git. If you don't have Git installed, make sure to install it. Then we'll add the remote origin. Then we'll stage all the file using git space add dot. You also have option that you can also stage it from here as well. Okay, so you have option, just click on this plus sign, it will stage automatically, and then give the commit message. Obviously the shortcut is you can give all the commit message from here. Here we'll say initial commit, and then simply push the changes, or you have option to publish the changes as well. As you are pushing first time, I will use this command to push it, and once it pushed successfully, just refresh your repo. Here you will see the code. Perfect. Now go to the Vercel.com, and if you don't have an account, create a new. It's completely free to use. Click add new project, and here you will find your project name which you just push. See, it's showing just now. Now click import, and now before click this deploy button, let's go to the Convex deployment documentation. Inside here you will see some of the steps that you need to follow when you are deploying your application to production with the help of Convex. So you need to override this build command to npx convex deploy along with this build command. So I will copy this build command and go back to your Vercel. Over here we'll expand this build and output setting, edit this build command, and make sure to paste it, the new one which you just copied. Okay, after that you also need to update or get this convex deploy key. Okay, so in the production mode, in order to get this convex deploy key, you need to go to this setting page, and then you need to generate the production deploy key by clicking the button called production deploy key. Okay, so we'll do that. So simply go to your project. Over here you will find so over here you will find the setting option. Make sure to select your correct project. Inside the setting you have option called show deployment credential. Okay, so over here, okay, so this is deployment key actually. So okay, so right now obviously we are on the development mode, so here you need to go to the production in order to generate the production key. Okay, so obviously once you deploy, it will run on the production side. Now go to the setting, and here you will find an option called generate production deployment key. Click on that one, give the production key. So here we'll say prod 1.0 and then save it. Once you have that key, just copy this key, but you need to give the variable name as a convex underscore deploy underscore key. So inside the Vercel, under the environment variable, just paste this key. I will copy this key as well and we'll paste it here. Okay, now obviously we need to add all our environment variable keys. So simply go to the environment.local file and copy all the keys. Okay, so I will copy everything as it is. Now if you are in the live mode, so I will just comment this one and I will enable this one. Okay, because this is a Razorpay live key. I will also paste this live key over here, and I will comment this one with the live key. Okay, and then copy everything and then paste it here. Okay, so make sure all the key are here. Obviously the commented key will not get added. Okay, so it skip that one, only the key which is valid is added, and then you need to click deploy button. Now once you click this deploy button, it will start building your application. See, then once the build is completed, it will start deploying. Then it will assign some random domain. Obviously you can change it or you can connect your actual domain. So we'll wait to finish this, and boom, if you see, our application is deployed successfully. Now if you find any issue while deploying or any log, just go to the build log. Here if you have any error, just fix that and then you are good to go. Now if I click on this one and visit, if you see, this is the preview domain, But over here you have actual domain. Just click on this one, and this is your domain which you can share with your friends, family to test this application. Okay. Now another important thing over here, if I click get started and go to the sign in with Gmail, it will say the access is blocked. The problem over here that you need to make sure to enable this particular domain in order to give access to your Gmail functionality or Gmail login functionality. So copy this domain, go to the cloud, Google Cloud, where initially we set up that, right? So inside the credential, where you just created that authentication, right? So in my case, this one, and simply I'm going to add this authorized URL, okay, and make sure to add the callback as well. So it's not compulsory, so let's save this one. Okay, I think that will be okay for you. If you are using third party, then only you need to add callback, I believe. But now if I refresh this screen and click get started, sign in with Gmail, and boom, the issue is solved. Now if I log in to my account, you will see all the things. Now you might have a question how I am getting this assistant selection, because we are skipping it, right? If you already have. Right now this is the new user and we are in production mode, see, right? If I go to this data over here, go to the user, you will see the new user. Obviously the credit is 5,000 and all other detail. Cool, right? So this is the completely new user. Now on this particular user, you have option to select a different assistant. Let's select this assistant, this one, this one, this one, and whatever you want. Okay, then click continue, and once you continue, boom, everything will be as it is. Cool, right? Here again you have option to add a new assistant. You can create your own assistant as well, and everything will work as expected, so no issue in that one. Also, if you want to upgrade, you have option to upgrade as well. So that's how, guys, you need to deploy your application to the production. If you have any question, any doubt regarding the development, if you face any issue, any bug, let me know in the comment section, or you can ask question on my Discord channel. The link of the Discord channel is in the description. Also, if you are new to this channel and did not subscribe, please subscribe to our channel. Press notification bell icon so that you will not miss any update from me, and don't forget to like this video, share this video with your friends and family, and watch all my previous video to build the SaaS application and start earning money. So guys, we'll see you in the next video.